Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hello.
Missed the live show?
Good morning. Good morning. What was that? Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and it's wonderful to have your company as always on this National Holding Hands Day and National Rice Pudding Day. I mean, I think either way, we're going to get everybody on board with those two, aren't we? It is wonderful to have your company. Let's start our day as we always do with that early bird. There we go. Now something super practical. It's the magnetic slap band pincushion. I can't slap these because it just hurts my wrist. Call me soft if you like. But they come like this. And you have like a little sort of protective covering over the top of the magnetic part. And you peel that off and you can pop some pins on. And then officially you can whack it on your wrist, but I wouldn't do that personally. I like to just, there we go, and it's on. And of course it will fit different size wrists because it's very easy to adjust depending on the size of your wrist. And also you can sort of slide this along and reposition it, so it's really rather good. It's like a soft silicone. I'm always terribly allergic to any metals on things like watches, but silicone I'm absolutely fine with, so good for me. Be aware it's a magnet, so if you have to be careful with magnets, then obviously bear that in mind, but really useful. Now they do come in assorted colours, and that is random. So there's all sorts of lovely colours that it might be, including the white one I'm wearing. It should be $5.99. It's our early bird. Do the biz, Hannah. There we go. £1 saving. It's $4.99. Very useful. Very giftable this as well, isn't it? Good to have a couple of these in the present drawer, ready for... Sorry to say that, but it is. Anyway, listen, morning to Claire says good morning, Stuart. Oh, lovely shirt. Thank you, my darling. Mo says good morning, handsome and crew. Hope you're well. Thank you. Hilary says, morning, Stuart. Loving this shirt this morning. Oh, Wendy says, good morning to my favourite presenter. Thank you, Wendy. That is lovely. That is really kind of you. Susan says, morning all. Of course you're the perfect gift, Stuart. Oh, thank you. Marie says, morning lovely boy. Love that shirt, fabuloso. Hel says, morning Stuart. Mwah. Rebecca says, morning Stuart. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. That's our Rebecca Harrison. Annette's got in touch from Gwent to say, good morning Stuart. Wonderful to see you on this beautiful sunny morning. Are those herons on your gorgeous shirt? Looks very smart. Have a great day. I think they are. They are herons. Well spotted. Fiona says, morning, hope you had a wonderful festival of quilts. Oh, I'm going to talk about festival. It was amazing. Now, actually talking of festival of quilts, have you noticed this rather beautiful quilt? If you went to Festival of Quilts, you might have spotted this next to a certain gentleman, Kaffe Fassett. Have you spotted this one over? Oh, I just really. Oh yeah. Let me just. I'll just have a quick rearrange. Sorry, everybody. I've suddenly thought. Oh, hello. Look at this. Welcome to Lorna Doone. That's what this quilt is called. Isn't this magnificent? Now, if you watch Jewellery Maker and you know Mark Smith came in this morning and he said to me, oh, that quilt, I need that quilt. I said to him, Mark, we've got a kit. He said, I need to learn how to sew. I said, Mark, this is beginner friendly. Would you ever believe it? Isn't it fabulous? This is from Kaffe Fassett's brand new book as well, Quilts by the Sea. They're coming up at 12. Can we just show that last one that we've got up? Because this is fabulous. Look at this one. This is little jars. I love it. Absolutely love them. We've got all these kits. These are actually the quilts from Kaffe's book. These are the actual quilts and they were at a festival. We've got the kits at 12 o'clock and we've also got his book. So make sure you stay tuned for that. And the prices, if you have a look on the website, they will be going lower. I love that. Talking of low, have you got yourself your slap band pincushion? I just like saying it. It's our early bird today. You get an assorted colour. We can't specify, I'm afraid. It could be any one of these. They're not $5.99 today. They're $4.99 because it's our early bird. And once you've paid your P&P, remember, that's it for the entire day. Just remember to combine your baskets if you check out multiple times and then you'll only pay one P&P. Absolutely love that. Fiona's got in touch to say, I think they're cranes on your shirt. Could they be cranes on your shirt? It's very Japanese. They are definitely cranes. Thank you. I'm glad that you like it. Pauline Wheeler's got in touch to say good morning to one of the nicest people I've ever held hands with. Oh, Pauline, that's such a lovely message. Thank you. I got to see Pauline at Festival of Quilts. I got to see so many of you at Festival of Quilts. And just very, very quickly, I want to say how wonderful and how humbling it was to meet everybody and how lovely everybody was over the 4 days of festival. It was just the dreamiest 4 days, and thank you everyone that came onto the Sewing Street stand as well and came and said hi to the guys there. We love you all and we just love getting together at events like this. A message. Morning, lovely Stuart. Fantastic to have met. Well, there you go. And chatted. It was wonderful. Both Thursday and Friday at Festival of Quilts. Oh, Jane. Those quilts were stunning in the flesh. Oh, yeah, they are. They're just incredible. We get to see them. I mean, if you were at Festival, you'll have seen these fantastic Kaffe Fassett quilts. They really are stunning. We've got those at 12 o'clock. Hurrah! Marie says, morning, gorgeous Stuart. I love rice pudding. I'll tell you someone else who loves rice pudding, Marie. Our producer, Hannah. She can I say Hannah? Yeah. Hannah was up at 2 a.m. this morning eating a tin of rice pudding. She couldn't sleep. So, did it help? Did it send you back off? Yeah. Something creamy, milky. It's a bit, I mean, sometimes I have hot milk to help me sleep. I suppose rice puddings. Just taking it one step further. Shall we talk about how to shop? Yes. Let's do that. Let's do that. So, shopping with us is easy. Just go onto our website, www.sewingstreet.com. And then once you get there, click on Watch Live. You can watch the show. You can message us. Send a message to the studio. Hi, hello. Fancy some rice pudding later? Let's do it. You can also see there our early bird, $4.99 for that magnetic slap band pincushion. You'll also see what's coming up on today's shows. I mean, shortly there'll be 2 columns. Today's show deals, that's everything that's been on air, and then what's coming up. Look at all these beautiful Jason Yenter fabrics. We've got these launching this morning. They are sublime, delicate, beautiful. Can't wait to show you those. Going a little further down, we've got a little bit of Christmas. Now these little, are they treat dies, the festive treat dies? Look at these. They've got a little window in them to hang on the tree and put a little chocolate inside. Look, a little chocolate inside the penguin's tummy. They are adorable. We've got these coming up this morning. There's Kave's book, Quilts by the Sea. Absolutely gorgeous. We've got some tools coming up as well. I'm going to be demoing some of those. If there's anything you want demoing, by the way, get in touch. I don't mind. I can't always guarantee I'll be able to, but if I can, I will. You want what, the cha-cha-cha demoed? Well, I definitely can't do that. Actually, I could do a little cha-cha-cha. I wouldn't say cha-cha-cha. Oh, nobody needs to see that at 10 past 8. And cha-cha-cha and cha-cha-cha. It's not a cha-cha-cha at all, is it? I'm just waiting for the call. I'll be honest with you. I'm just waiting for the call. One day, do you know, I just dream of that. That is one thing I would do in a heartbeat. I would sweep the stage on Strictly. Jan's got in touch to say, morning Stuart and everyone, the Jason Yenter fabrics are very tempting. I'm going to get to those in a second, but you know what? I can't wait till 12 o'clock and you can't wait till 12 o'clock. So I'm actually going to grab the quilt kits that I've got hanging up. I'm going to show them to you now. Now, these are all designed by Kaffe Fassett and with Kaffe Fassett fabric. Should we start with little jars? Let's start with little jars, and that's the one that's over on the other set. This is absolutely gorgeous. It's 206 centimetres in depth and 147 centimetres wide. And in this kit, you're getting all of the fabric. Now, you do need to buy the book separately, and it's this book right here, Quilts by the Sea. So let's look at the book first, and we'll give you the code for that while I find the pattern for the little jars. Now, this is an unsigned copy of Kaffe Fassett's Quilts by the Sea. Should be £31. Oh, should be £29.99. It's dropping to £24.99. Making a £5 saving, but keep in mind this is an unsigned copy. If you want a signed copy, we do have them on the website, but there's no price drop. You'll pay £29.99. Okay, but look, there's the pattern. So you've got it in the book, so everything's in there for the pattern, and then the kit. So that's £24.99. Okay, so you need that. Sally Ann Harrison's got in touch. Morning, Sally Ann. Lovely to see you and Mike at the show. Sally Ann says, morning, I can definitely see you on Strictly with those moves. I mean, Sally Ann, I've been saying it every year for about the last 10 years. I just want someone to make the call. Please, please. I'm begging you. Little jars. Here's the quilt kit. So inside... Oh, come with me. Let's do it in front of the actual quilt, shall we? Shouldn't be doing this yet, really. I should be waiting till 12 o'clock. But, you know, we've got more. We've got more later. We've got different. But I can't wait. And this is, you know, actually, these are such pretty quilts. They're beautiful. So here's the kit. Now, it should be 211 for this. And it's a big quilt. 206 by 147. Oh, there's a crash. Ah, 169.99 for this. That's phenomenal. Let me show you the fabrics you're getting inside this amazing kit. There's a stack. Look at the stack. So we've got some beautiful fabrics here. This really is a great way of showing off the Kaffe prints, isn't it? It's I suppose it's literally what we do with those little jars. We'd want to show off each individual one, so we'd put them all on a shelf. And it's the fabric equivalent, isn't it, of showing them off on a shelf. It's fabulous. It's fabulous that we've got the actual quilts from Kaffe on the show. I mean, it's just wonderful. Look at those. So many different classic prints. You're going to use this yellow as the base if I just show you on the quilt. So each of the bases, or each of the sort of grounds on the quilt is in this spot, which really sort of gives a uniformity. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? They're like little perfume bottles, aren't they? And then you've got that gorgeous, amazing, I love this wide stripe in the background. That's this one right here. I mean, I always think, I should think outside the box more perhaps, as a great backdrop for the applique. It's just fabulous, isn't it? Look at that. And then you've got your spot, you've got your border fabric, you've got your second border there as well. It's just absolutely amazing. Got a gorgeous kit for $169.99. Now you can have 5 split pays on this if you would like them. So the split pay, $33.99. That's bonkers. $33.99. Now don't forget, you will need to get the book as well. That's our side graphic just right here. So it's Quilts by the Sea. This is an unsigned copy, but you are making a £5 saving on the price. It's $24.99. And it's a gorgeous book. There's loads of other quilts in there that you could make with Kaffe, with your stash. We'll have loads of samples. We're very lucky actually. We've had lots of quilts sent to us direct from Festival of Quilts, direct from Kaffe to show here on Sewing Street. But just wanted to show you this early because it's so gorgeous. Now then, next up I want to have a look at Lorna Doone. Lorna's right here. Here she is. Here's Lorna. Here's Lorna. Now, I usually associate Kaffe Fassett with kind of very bright, very intense, highly coloured. I suppose I don't think of Kaffe designing pretty, feminine quilts. This is a really pretty, soft, feminine quilt, isn't it? It's gorgeous. Mark Smith loves it, and he's got great taste. He's a real gardener. So I think this quilt would really appeal to anyone who loves flowers and floral. Should be 210. Shall we see what the crash is? Fabulous. 100. I'm there. 189.99. This is a big quilt. This is a big quilt. Now this is 249 by 200. Hannah, do you mind just telling me what that is in inches, please? I'll tell you what, when Mark came in, we said there's a kit for it. He said, oh, £300. We said, Mark, no, not £300. But it's interesting, isn't it? Obviously, Mark does a lot of work on Jewellery Maker. He does a lot of cross stitch. So he's got a fair idea what things cost, but £189.99. Now, size-wise, 98 inches by 78. This is maybe nearly 79 inches. This is a really, really good size for a double bed, a queen size, a king size bed. This is a big quilt. absolutely beautiful. And of course, Kaffe turns the whole sort of floral on its head, because you've probably already spotted this. These aren't roses, they're cabbages, of course. Lots of lovely florals in between, but these main squares are cabbages. Isn't that cool? I'm sorry I couldn't wait until 12 o'clock. I was supposed to, but I couldn't wait to show you these because they are so beautiful. Now, you will need the book. For any of these quilt kits, you will need the book. Let me show you the book. It's right here. Kaffe Fassett's Quilts by the Sea. Now, this is a brand new book from Kaffe Fassett. It only launched at Festival of Quilts just a few days ago. Should be $29.99, but we're doing a special. You're saving £5 on this, which is a significant chunk, isn't it, on a book? And a brand new one. Full instructions for this. What is lovely, actually, is to start with, there's just oodles of inspiration in the book. You'll see all of the inspiration, fresh fish, gorgeous. All of the inspiration, lots of beauty shots, lots of close-ups. Now there's Lorna Doone, of course. Remember, when you buy the book, you've got instructions there for all of the quilts. Vintage Stars, Lorna Doone, Little Jars, they're all in this book. Blooming Snowballs, Cabanas. I always thought that was a type of spicy sausage. Pastel Fiesta. Now, I'm in love with this quilt. Look at that. And we've actually got this kit at 12 o'clock. Again, I want to show you it now because I'm too excited, but I can't. Vintage Stars. Hello. Do you recognise anything? This is one of my favourites. That's definitely one for autumn, isn't it? Juicy, beautiful, like vintage tiles, really. Maroon frames, autumn postcard, jiggery pokery cushion. Hello, that's got me written all over it. There's Little Jars, $24.99 for this. It's Kaffe's brand new book. There's the man himself, resplendent. Shady parterre. Spot swatches, gorgeous, isn't it? Loads of loveliness there. Love in the mist. And then you get full instructions. And what Kaffe always does is gives you full instructions to perfectly reproduce his quilt. So you get every single code, every single fabric that he's used. You can substitute fabrics. Now, I do just need to let you know, half the stock of Lorna Doone gone. It's not supposed to launch until 12 o'clock, but I couldn't wait. You couldn't wait. We have had this on before, have we? But I haven't been able to show you the samples before. They were at Festival of Quilts, but here it is in all its glory. And it's so pretty, isn't it? 3 split pays if you'd like them. This is quite different, isn't it? It gives you a whole different palette for Kaffe. It's a whole different perspective. It's still got that wonderful colour to it. You know, it's still got that beautiful pattern and intensity, but it's in more pastel shades. He also does really nice black, white and grey fabrics. They can get a bit forgotten. Yeah, really pretty, really pretty. Love that. And definitely beginner level. You've got squares, you've got quarter square triangles, and you've got frames around feature blocks. And that's it. And that's it. It's set on point, which gives it a more complex look. But the individual units, very, very simple. Lush. $189.99 today. It's a price drop. And you can get 3 split pays if you'd like them. So rather than paying £189.99, why not just pay £63.33 today? Get the kit home and crack on. Please, please remember though, you will need to buy the book. If you didn't get it at Festival, you'll need to get it. The code is on the screen, £24.99. Now that's an unsigned copy. If you look on the website, there's a second option, which is Quilts by the Sea by Kaffe Fassett signed copy, but that is £29.99. Just be aware of that when you are checking out. Now, shall we just do Vintage Stars? This probably is my favourite because this is very me in terms of the colours. I just think it is delicious. Absolutely delicious. £199.99. Hannah. It's our most affordable quilt kit, £159.99. That's ace. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at that lovely border fabric. Are they like sea urchins or anemones or flowers? I mean, I just think that's great. It's so full of drama. Again, beginner level piecing. Nothing hard about that quilt. It's 175 by 145. Let me grab out this fabric and show you what you get inside. Now don't forget, you'll need to buy the quilt book, Quilts by the Sea. But in here, this is your fabric pack with all your gorgeous Kaffe Fassett fabrics. And remember, you're reproducing the quilt that's hanging behind me. Or move the fabrics around a bit if you choose to, but you can reproduce that kit exactly. All right, let me just open this up. Whoa, this is lovely. And I think if you love those kind of jewel colours, those deep autumn rich tones, this is going to be right up your street. It's also a really, really useful size as well. It's 175 by 145, which is a really nice throw size for on the back of a sofa. I don't know about you, but the night before last, Charlie and I, and Mrs. Mills, of course, were all sitting together on the sofa, and I said to Charlie, is it wrong? I really think we should light the fire. And he said, I've been thinking about this for the last half an hour. He said, can we? And I was like, let's do it. I mean, Mrs. Mills wasn't ever going to argue, but it felt really autumny. We do have lots and lots of lap quilts and throw quilts dotted around the house, so we can always snuggle under those, but I needed the fire. It's daft, isn't it, at this time of year? But this would be a lovely little snuggle quilt. Just look at all these beautiful, this palette is so me. And then look, we start throwing in those kind of oranges and rusts, that deep, rich, grapey purple, paisley, dots, stripes, this magnificent border print. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. This is the quilt behind me that you're going to make with this. Look at this. How beautiful. It's sawtooth star, Ohio star, square in a square in the centre, and then you've just got this little addition of a square. This is easy piecing. This is easy piecing, and it's just block to block. Nice and straightforward. That very popular too. Very popular. That's Vintage Stars. That is definitely a bit of me. Keep getting your messages in, by the way. What was the best thing about Festival of Quilts? What did you see? What was your favourite quilt? Did you come to see the awards ceremony? That was great fun and just filled with amazing quilts. Festival was wonderful this year. Right, let me pop that quilt away. Don't forget, we do have lots more Kaffe Fassett quilt kits at 12 o'clock. And what's fab about them is that they are all from his brand new book, Quilts by the Sea. So often our Kaffe Fassett quilt kits are other designs, but we love it when we actually get quilt kits for quilts from Kaffe's books. Here's the book, $24.99. Now, I do just need to let you know that Lorna Doone is doomed. She's Lorna doomed. That quilt kit's going to sell out very, very shortly. If you've got your eyes on this, it's a big double queen size quilt. Absolutely beautiful, pretty soft, feminine, which are not things I usually associate with Kaffe's quilts. Dramatic, rich, intense, colourful, yes, but not soft, pretty, feminine. But this definitely is. So this is something a bit different. Love that. Oh, I'm popping open here. Say, hello. It is National Hold Hands Days. Now, I've got some Jason Yenter fabric. Now, can we just show, first of all, the border prints? We're hoping to get these in the studio, but they haven't arrived yet. But let me just show you, because if you know Jason Yenter florals, you'll know that there is always a fabulous border print, and there is a fabulous border print. I haven't got it. Here's the border print. Here's the border print. And that is fabulous. This is the orange. It's called white on our screen, but they've both got white backgrounds, so that doesn't really help. But look, that is absolutely stunning, isn't it? You've got that border print along the bottom, that kind of almost like checkerboard, and then those beautiful florals all along it. Now, on your width of fabric, you've got 4 repeats of that. So think about the length or the sides of the quilt that you want to make, and that's the length that you want to go for. Personally, I'd want a minimum 2 to 3 meters of this, and it will be worth every penny. One thing that Jason Yenter does a lot of with these border prints is to fussy cut them, either into triangles or into sort of tall triangles that you can then sew 8 together to create a kaleidoscope and fussy cut. That looks amazing. These border prints are fab. So that's the white/orange version. Shall we have a look at the fabrics that go with? Let's start by having a look at the colourway that goes with that border, because dive on into this. Look at these. Now, if you want a fresh autumn, do you know what I mean by that? Sort of, because sometimes autumn can be this, but this is fresh autumn, or not autumn at all, but it's the morning, the sun is shining, it's crisp, it's autumny, but it's September. Do you know what I mean? It's September. So these are all the beautiful main fabrics from the range, minus that border print. So obviously, if you're going for the border print, you want some other fabrics to work with. This bundle's perfect. It's $95.88, and within that, you're getting 13 half meters. Half a meter of that fabric is for free. Now, let me just give you a little rundown. You've got beautiful florals, and all of them have a bit of a batik-y look. None of the colours are solid. They're all multi-tonal, but these are all actually digital prints. So they're crisp, they're clean, they are beautifully consistent. A quarter of the stock of this bundle's already gone. Now, I'm going to do them individually in a bit, but right now I think it's all about this bundle, which is absolutely calling to me. Isn't that magnificent? Again, it's soft, it's pretty, it's gentle, it's got those autumn vibes, but it's fresh. It's that sort of September morning where it's just starting to turn. The leaves are just starting to change colour. There's still that golden sunlight. And this would work absolutely beautifully with that border print. Remember, if you want the border print to go with, you're looking for the one that's called white. Oh, top tip, by the way, when you're working with digital prints, use a microtext needle, a 75. You want a slim, sharp point to pierce the fabric really cleanly. Works perfectly. Right, let's look at the second border print now. So this is perhaps more familiar Jason Yenter territory. This is the purple, and I just love Jason Yenter's purples because they're mixed with violets, wisteria, magenta pinks. Absolutely stunning. And I love the sort of watercolor shadow effect that he's achieved with this. Those lovely soft leaves in the background. Remember, on your border, this border is approximately 10 inches wide. And you get 4 repeats, and they're printed vertically. So they're printed with the selvage. Going kind of top to bottom. So that means that if you want to border, say, a 200 centimetre square quilt, then you need to go for probably 2.5 metres. You want a little bit of extra, but that will give you continuous length to go down the sides of your quilt. Or if you're going to fussy cut it, stack and whack, one block wonder, I mean, it's absolutely perfect for those. Also really good for bag making, these, because you could combine that wide border print, and 1/2 metre would be enough, with a few of the coordinates and create some really exciting, beautiful bags. So this is the floral border in purple, and it's £7.99 1/2 metre. I'm amazed, Hannah, that we're keeping those prices. I'm amazed at that, because fabrics, it's really, I mean, at £8.49, I would still feel like I was getting a bargain, because it's such beautiful fabric. Penny's got in touch from the West Midlands to say, morning Stuart, a Festival of Quilts highlight for me was meeting you and also Rebecca on Sunday. Oh, thank you, darling. Thanks for signing your book too. Love, Penny. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. It was so lovely to meet everybody. Just terrific. And if you didn't manage to make it this year, next year it's a date. Thank you, Penny. Thank you. Right, should we have a look at the other fabrics, the other bundle? Right, so this is, wow, what do I need to say? It's fabulous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. All my purple girls and boys, this is one's for you. Absolutely beautiful. Let me show you some of the fabrics. Same thing again, it's got that beautiful, almost batik-y look, watercolour painted, but it's a digital print. So the clarity, the brilliance of the colours is just superb. You get sort of all of the benefits of batik without, sometimes batik can be a bit hard feeling, a bit stiff. This is wonderfully soft and fluid. Love those touches of green in there as well. Delicious. 13.5 metres. You're only paying for 12 of them. 1/2 metre is free. £95.88, and that's for 6.5 metres of fabric, which is stonking good value. And I often get asked, how much fabric do I need to make a quilt? 6.5 metres is plenty to make a quilt. Certainly of this kind of size, so good throw size. Now don't forget, if you wanted to make that quilt double bed size, all you've got to do is add a 10-inch border all the way around it, and you've added 20 inches to the dimensions. And rather helpfully, Jason Yenter's created those beautiful border prints, which are 10 inches wide. So I would go for this bundle, I'd go for 2 metres or 2.5 meters to be on the safe side of the border print, and you have got a beautiful double or queen size quilt. Lorraine's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, nice to meet you at Festival of Quilts. And Lorraine, it was lovely to meet you as well. I had so many lovely catch-ups with old friends and new, and lots of you got your picture taken with the cardboard cutouts. Oh, really? Oh, what's your mum called, Hannah? Sharon? Sharon, morning. Mwah. That's the sweetest. So Hannah, our producer, I don't know that your mum's ever messaged him before when I've been on. Well, that's lovely, Sharon. What a treat. She's not at work today. I know that you're at home at the moment, so mwah, sending lots of love to you. And thanks for tuning in and thanks for messaging in. Oh, Hannah says, what mum watches their children at work and then my mum watches every single show, Hannah, so morning to my mum too, my gorgeous darling. Good morning, mum. My mum watches every show. My mum doesn't do text, but if she does, believe me, she would text in. Yeah. Anne says, morning Stuart, nice to see you. It's lovely to be here as well. We had a message the other day asking if John Scott and I had left. I think we'd only been away for a few days. We haven't left. Yes. John's sunning himself, isn't he? Have you seen where he's staying? Oh my, is it? That's beautiful. Oh dear, it looks absolutely stunning. Charlie had a look at it and he said, oh, ask John if we can stay there too. Beautiful, beautiful. But anyway, I'm very happy to be here, and no, I haven't gone anywhere. Though, anyway, let's go back to this Jason Yenter bundle. Simply stunning. 13.5 meters, 6.5 meters in total. You're only paying for 6. Now, the border prints are available. We haven't got them in the studio, and we're going to try and get them for later. Yeah, they will arrive today, but basically they got sent to the wrong person. So at some point this morning, I should probably go, I've got the border print. They're not in these bundles anyway. They are separate. I think if you've watched shows before with Jason Yenter, you know what these border prints are going to be like. They're absolutely beautiful. About 10 inches wide, 4 to the width, printed vertically with the self edge, which is perfect because it means that you can have continuous length. Right, orange border print. We've called it white because that's what we do here. I'm surprised we didn't call it something else like tractors. We'll show you that. Here it is. So what's lovely is that rather than, it's not one colour by any means, is it? There's oranges, there's pinks, there's greens of all different shades. There's some red in there too, rust, burnt orange. And I really love, it's not really a checkerboard, is it? It's almost like a herringbone or a chain link effect along the bottom edge. Now, as a border, fabulous, absolutely fabulous. But also, you could use that vertically in a bar quilt or a strippy quilt. You could also fussy cut it to create kaleidoscope style blocks. You could do one block wonders. You could sew 4 identical squares together to create a really cool pattern. I mean, it would be lovely to play with. But these border prints, I've got to tell you, do sell out very, very quickly. There's such a beautiful focus to a range. We do always try to get more of these fabrics in because we know how popular they are, but they do tend to sell out. Now, the purple, if that's your thing, your bag, your jam, we'll show you the purple. We have actually called this one purple, which is surprising everyone. But again, it's not just purple. It's blues, it's pinks, magentas, wisteria, lilac. Now they come cut to order. So for example, if you want 3.5 meters, you'll need to order 7 units, because each unit is a 0.5 meter, and that will come as one continuous 3.5 meter piece. Minimum cuts 0.5 meter, but then just order in 0.5 meter increments. Hurrah! Now, a message, thank you. Gillian from Worcestershire says, "Hi Stuart, lovely to meet you at Festival. Thank you so much for the advice on quilting my project. It's now going great." Gillian, I am thrilled to hear that. Sometimes you just got to do it. Proud of you. Well done, well done. Now, let's do individuals. Yeah, let's do that. Let's start with the orange bundle, the kind of autumn vibes. I just want to let you know the mega bundle's been popular. There's less than 20 left. Okay, if you want to get this bundle, this is your early autumn quilting sorted, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Oh, Lisa Lamb's got in touch. Hi Stuart, enjoyed our fest cuddle, or cuddle fest, Lisa. I thought of it more as border prints. Yum. I'm seeing a circle or pencil skirt. Oh, now you're talking. Beautiful. Right. Thanks, Lisa. Individuals. Where should we start? Okay. Right. Ending 02. BT02. Because this has got all those gorgeous, rich autumn vibes. It's almost like a brocade, isn't it? Like a brocade print with all that lovely kind of mottled, almost batik-like mottled hand-painted look to the background. I suppose in a way, Jason Yenter is a bit like a sort of prettier, floral, more feminine version of Tim Holtz. Do you know what I mean? It's still got that vibe. It's got those different mottled colours. It's got that slightly kind of, I don't know if aged look is the right way of saying it, but it's got that sort of vibe. Beautiful. Got some lilacs in there as well as the oranges and the golds. 44 inches wide, 100% cotton, of course, and they're digitally printed. So they have the look of batiks, but they're digital. Right, next up, another larger print, L097. This is beautiful. These have been very popular on pre-order. Less than 10 meters of this left already. And this is first time out. That is gorgeous. Now this would make a lovely alternate block. If you think about Lorna Doone, if you've got Quilts by the Sea from Kaffe and you've been inspired by Lorna Doone and you're thinking, I need that large scale print for my fussy cut square, you could use this. You don't even need to fussy cut it. Any way you cut this, it would be beautiful. Be a lovely border print as well if you didn't want to go for the border print. Right, next up, this one's got scrolls. This is Cutie 47. Beautiful, kind of calligraphy like swirls. Isn't that lovely? It's lovely, and I love that sort of lovely soft gradation of colour through it as well. Message. Oh, is that from Sandra Rushton? I think it is. Morning, Sandra. Morning, Stuart. Festival of Quilts was so inspirational, as is this show. Fabulous designers and fabrics, superb colours. Oh yeah, Sandra Rushton. Well, Sandra, it was wonderful. If you went to Festival of Quilts, did you see Sandra's Tangle quilt hanging in the exhibition? We've had it on air, but it was actually there at the show, which was fantastic to see. It was lovely to see you there as well, Sandra. Really lovely. Just great. Lovely get together. Right, that's that one. Next up, I'm kind of concentrating on the orangey ones at the moment. This is QR96. You can always shop ahead if you want to get something that I haven't shown yet. Beautiful. Sort of slightly smaller print. If I show you the one I showed first next to it, just so you can get a sense of scale. So this is about half the size in terms of the pattern. Georgina's got in touch. Morning, Stuart and team. Loving the Jason Yenter fabrics. Sorry, didn't get to FOQ, as was Paulie. Hope you're feeling better. Viv says, morning, fickle Stuart. I was your best love for all of 2 seconds. Oh, Viv, you know you're all my favourites. Fickle Stuart. That's been said before, Viv. Free with my love. Oh, right. Next up, I'm going to love this one. JB48. Jason Yenter fabrics mix and match as well across ranges. You can blend them. This is lovely, isn't it? It's almost like, you know, natural sea sponge printed, but actually it's like hydrangea blooms. How much left? 6 meters. 6 meters. That's all that's left. I knew you'd love this one. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Just show you what half a meter looks like, just for reference. It's a decent amount of fabric. Could make a lovely scarf out of this. Beautiful. All right, next one, let's do SG32. SG32. So this has got lovely coral shades. Do you see what I mean about it having a lovely sort of batik look to it? But it's a digital print. Seaweed or ripples, water. Yeah, it's got a lovely fluidity to it, hasn't it? Yeah, it's giving me Greek island vibes too, actually. I think it's almost, I don't know, I'm seeing that little either Egyptian eyes, or do you know what I mean? That sort of stylized. I love it though. I love it. And this is, for me, I always want a fabric with a striped element in a quilt. I just love it. Elaine says, can you mix these fabrics with tildes? Is it a finer thread count? That's a really good point, actually, Elaine. The weight of the fabric is a little finer than, it's a higher thread count, a little finer than your regular quilt weight cottons. They will mix absolutely 100% perfectly with other quilt weight cottons. They will not make that difference at all. But if you want to use these for dressmaking, I would say these are a little more suitable than quilt weight cottons, especially for things like sort of shirts, blouses, those kind of lighter things. Quilt weight cotton can be used for those, but it is slightly heavier than perhaps you would want in an ideal world, but you know, too lovely not to use. Right, next one, ZD56. So again, a bit of multicolour here. This is like a sort of stylized daisy print. It's rather luscious, isn't it? Gorgeous. Just show you the kind of scale of that print. Viv says, remember me, you signed my, sorry, that was I was just reading Viv's message. Remember me, you signed my book with lots of love, then my friend's book, special love straight after. You are so fickle with your love. It's true, Viv. It's true. I know, don't ask. It's true. It's true. Well, we were having a bit of a giggle, weren't we, Viv? It was fun. It was funny at the time. You had to be there. Right, let me just show you these last 6 fabrics that I've got left, because these would make a lovely little grouping of their own. The greens and the golds, lovely and fresh. So if you don't do the kind of more autumny, then these, you know, don't, and these would work really well with some of the blues and purples. So, you know, you can make your own bundles. Anyway, let's look at this. So this is NX68. So these last 6 that I'm going to show you would make a lovely little grouping of their own. single figures of this. It's so fresh, isn't it? Gorgeous. Not been on air before. These are going to sell out today. I'm pretty certain of that. They're the Garden of Dreams 2 by Jason Yenter. And they have that beautifully summery into autumn look. Next up, I'm going to do LV47. And phenomenally good value, actually, because these fabrics are 749.5 metre. 7.99, I beg your pardon. 7.99. Well, that is still phenomenally good. This again looks like it's been sponge printed, doesn't it, with a natural sponge. Sort of stylized trees, leaves, cow parsley. Yeah, yeah. Lovely though, isn't it? Really delicate, pretty. Celia's got in touch from Devon. Good morning, Stuart. Great to meet you again at the Festival of Quilts, and look forward to seeing you later this year. Oh yes, I will be in Exeter, Southwest Quilters, doing a talk and a workshop in November 25th, I think, if I remember rightly. I think you might be able to come along to the talk as well if you want to have a look at Southwest Quilters. Next one, ZS24. So this is more of that lovely fresh green. Really popular on pre-order, this again. Gorgeous. Don't forget that amazing border print. You've two different options, and although we split the bundles, these greens and golds would work beautifully with the purple blue border as well. Here's the what we've called this is purple. Yeah, we'll do the purple, that's fine. Yeah, here's the purple. 7.99.5 metre. Really good to get that one, actually. Make sure you get a few meters of it. You'll want at least a few meters. And then we've also got what we've called white, but it's really those gorgeous oranges and pinks and reds. Here's the white. Now we also have an orange mega bundle. The border print doesn't come in that mega bundle, just be aware of that. Let me show you the mega bundle. I've been going through it by the half metre, but here it is. You get so many different fabrics, 13 half metres of fabric in this bundle, and there they are. 13 half metres. You get half a metre for free. The value is incredible, $95.88 for 6.5 metres. That is plenty to make a quilt. Certainly a large lap size quilt. And if you added a border, the Jason Yenter border, you could easily make that, 80 inches square, a great bed quilt, just by adding an extra border. Beautiful. Right, last three fabrics from this bundle available individually. We've got FC39. This is beautiful. Lovely sort of gentle background print really, but not just plain. 39. FCUQ39. There we go. Yeah. Lovely. And again, love the tonal variations. It's darker here. It's lighter here. And then WM38. Gold. There's that lovely wavy print. We're all loving this one. Loving this one. And this has got a little bit of soft coral, soft peach in there as well as the gold. You can just see that glow, can't you? And then last of all from that bundle, we have KE32, which is a lovely crisp ivory tan, but you have got a little bit of soft gold as well blended through the background. Now then, just to recap the purple bundle. We've got a purple bundle. Go on. Purple bundle. So again, 13.5 metres, 6.5 metres in total. You're paying for 6 metres, you get half a metre free. 95.88 for that, so making a great saving. I won't have time to go through all of the individuals, but there are some absolute stonkers in there. Just mention PY98, which is just gorgeous. Just has that beautiful soft watercolour overlaid shadowy effect. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So that one is PY98, and there's just the graphics for that one if you want to get that one individually. But it's almost like you know, misty, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Gorgeous. Love it. It is available within the mega bundle as well, which is the best value and a great way of getting all those lovely coordinating fabrics together. Just as I say, I think if it was me, I would add in a couple of meters of the border print, and then you can make the most divine quilt. Gorgeous. Love it. Love it. Don't forget, if you want any of these fabrics individually, hop onto the website and you'll be able to find all of these fabrics individually. But go with that border print as well, just to pull everything together. As I say, half a metre of the border print plus a couple of these coordinates would be gorgeous for making some bags. And they'll be really special, but you won't have to do very much to make a gorgeous looking bag. Right then. Yeah. Do you want to go over? Into 9 o'clock, because it's after 9. Oh, yeah, sorry. Right, so we've done that one. Right, we are going to do half meters. Right, JO50. Just show you these. Oh, that looks lovely in the blue purple. That is gorgeous. Love that. Yep. 8096. I'll pick out some of my faves. That's lush. All $7.99 a half metre. Lots of you have already shopped ahead. Gorgeous that. This one's lovely. AS75. Pretty combination of purples and that lovely chartreuse. Pretty all over floral, this next one. This is XR15. Beautiful sort of stylized blooms. Gorgeous that would be lovely for a shirt. John would look gorgeous in that, wouldn't he? That would be a lovely John Scott shirt. Derek, if you're watching, I think that would make a great shirt. Don't you think? Derek's my touchstone for what would make a nice shirt. And I've got to say, I really love this one. I think this is ever so pretty. FO74. And I know it's not the most colourful, but you know, sometimes I just want pretty, simple, and just gorgeous, and that is it for me. I think that's lovely. $7.99 a half metre, all cut to order. So if you want any of these fabrics for a particular project, today's the day. Now, AY85. Again, they're so painterly, aren't they? You've got a gorgeous hand-painted look. GA97. Oh, now lovely kind of fresh periwinkle. But then do you see the lilac in there as well? Just softly shading in the background. Which is a very, very nice segue to GN65. This might be mine and Hannah's favourite print. Love it. This would be really gorgeous in many ways, but you know, a stripe always looks good for a narrow border, shoulder strap on a bag, the top band of a bag as well. Sashings, borders, it just always works. Always looks smart. IW51. This is that calligraphy scroll. Three fabrics to go. SW80. We're going to run over a tiny bit, but the Yenter's too good. We can't miss out on these. Fabulous. CV76. Again, very popular. More of the blue tones this time. Very hydrangea-like, aren't they? And then last fabric, it is DJ84. DJ84. This is that lovely large floral. Again, I think that would be lovely for dressmaking as well as quilts. And it is that lovely light 100% cotton, very, very nice for dressmaking, perfect for quilting. And you can absolutely mix and match this with your Rose and Hubble solids, with batiks, with regular quilt weight cottons, with Tilda, anything like that. It's going to work beautifully. But the softness, the smoothness of this fabric really is fabulous. Jason Yenter. Jason Yenter. Now, we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, I'll have Becky Swan here with me from Crafter's Companion with some gorgeous Christmassy projects. I'm excited. See you after this.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain...
John, stop. Just enjoy your holiday, relax by the pool. Have you seen where John Scott's staying? Again.
Holiday.
I know, he's a lucky man. He works hard, but my goodness me, he plays hard. That little voice, by the way, is Becky Swan from Crafter's Companion.
Hello.
You're
Hi.
very glitzy and glam.
Well, you know, it's a Wednesday morning.
It's
Why
Christmas.
not?
It's nearly
Exactly.
Christmas.
Yeah, exactly.
We're ready to celebrate. Come on, let's do it. Going to be a great show. We're going to launch straight in with these fabulous new dies from Crafter's Companion. Now, we do have them available separately if you have a look on the web, but I've got a bundle of 4 and then I've got bundles of 2. Best value though, best deal is this bundle of 4. We've got snowman, Christmas tree, penguin and gingerbread. Now, $39.96. However, this price is about to crash. Let me tell you what you're getting though and why you need these. Let me show you what you can make. These are absolutely gorgeous Christmas tree decorations for little treats. Now, I just need the penguin. Becky, would you?
I have the penguin.
Thank you. That's
Let me
awesome.
give you the penguin.
Thank
Okay.
you. So here we go. So these are all made out of felt. So these are metal dies. They'll go through your Gemini. And these will, you can also use them for paper crafting if you also do a bit of paper crafting. But they're designed to cut fabric and felt. You can cut all sorts of different materials with these dies. Can you see as well, you've got little windows. Now, you don't have to cut that if you don't want to, but these have been cut out with a little vinyl window so that you can see what's inside the penguin's tummy or the Christmas tree or the gingerbread or the snowman. And look, you've got a little pocket on the back. So in case you were worried, how would you get the chocolate out? Are these available to eat now?
No,
That wasn't a joke, Becky Swan.
No.
I'm serious.
I'd say no, mainly because do you know how difficult it is to get chocolates, Christmas chocolates this time of year?
Yes,
Although
that's why I'm asking if I can eat them.
I have to say, I did go to the supermarket on my way here today and there was a whole display of Christmas chocolates. So I wouldn't eat the chocolates now because that means I've got no chocolates for next time I show these little treats. But yes, absolutely, you could make these. What a great idea of having Christmas chocolates on the tree.
Oh yeah,
like
I mean,
this.
just taunt me with them, Becky. Why don't you? Just show me what I could have had. Here's your saving. You're saving a whopping £10. All 4 dies for £29.96. This is the best deal. You're getting Santa Claus. Listen to me. I know nothing. You get your snowman. You get your Christmas tree. You get your penguin. And you get your gingerbread person. Look at those. And also as well, you can see there on the sample, you can make them without the window in the tummy. In fabric, you can make them in paper, you can make them in card, you can make them as shaker cards as well, if you want to. If you do card making, they'll also work for that. But remember, these are designed to work with fabrics. Becky,
Yes.
what kind of fabrics can I cut? I know these are made with felt, so felt, absolutely.
Yep. I mean, felt, you could do cotton, you could do leather.
Amazing.
Yeah, basically anything that can go through your Gemini, you can cut with this.
Awesome.
They're multimedia dies, so they're nice and thick, so
Yep.
they've got quite a deep sort of paste to cut them through. But yeah, all sorts of different things you can use with. And I like to be able to have something that I can use for multiple different things. I always like to give a gift and have a matching card that goes with it.
Love
so for me,
that.
this is ideal. So I can make a card afterwards.
Absolutely. And you can, there are lots of fusibles that you can use. You don't need to sew around either. So think about really quick makes like wine bags and quick Christmas stockings, gift bags that you could embellish with your snowman, your Christmas tree, your penguin and your gingerbread. What about making bunting with these hanging off? What about making Christmas tree decorations? What about things like a table topper or cake stand, a cake mat with all of these appliques on? What about a little treasure hunt round the house?
Idea.
That's a cute idea,
good
isn't
idea
it?
for Christmas morning with the children. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Get rid of them for a couple of hours.
Hide them in really inaccessible places.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, absolutely. I'm down. Loads of you coming in for these, really popular. Remember, when you buy this bundle of all 4, you're actually saving the cost of one whole die set. Now, they are available separately on the website. You won't make that saving, though. If you want to save £10, you need to get this bundle. In the bundle, you're getting the snowman, the Christmas tree, the penguin, and the gingerbread person. Sue's messaged in, got mine, teacher gifts? I think
idea.
so. I think
a good
so.
idea, yeah.
It's a lovely idea. Class gifts too, or a group. Make everyone one of these. They'd be a great group activity as well, wouldn't they?
And I think they're quite a good idea for this time of year when people have got their children at home for the summer holidays. These are a great activity. If you don't want to stitch them, you just want to glue them, you can actually absolutely do these with your children.
Use textile glue, multi-purpose glue.
Yep.
Also, Becky, am I right in assuming that I can mix and match elements across the dies? So if I
Absolutely.
wanted to put the snowman scarf onto the gingerbread man or the penguin, I can do it.
You can certainly interchange their tummies.
Yeah.
We all like an interchangeable tummy.
Sure.
Now, this is the one that's filled with salad. I'll take that one away. This one's going to be filled with chocolate.
Pudding.
But you could absolutely, see perhaps a scarf might need a little bit of movement just to get it to fit. I wouldn't be 100% sure whether it'll fit.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could definitely sort of mix and match and use different things.
I reckon so. And things like, where you've got the heart. I mean, super useful shapes in here. Don't forget, for any of your fabric crafting, circles, stars, ovals, hearts. You've got little stars, little circles. I mean, very, very useful extra shapes within these dies. I'm always looking for other ways I can use dies. So I'm loving that. In total, the snowman, there are 8 different shapes just in that one die. 11 in your Christmas tree. 8 in your penguin. And another 10 in the gingerbread man Phenomenal value for $29.96. Now, over 80 of you have already checked out your baskets on these dies, so well done if you got yours, and Merry Christmas to you. But I also think, particularly the gingerbread man, this is usable all year round.
It really is, yeah. And I think, you know, I always like the idea of giving children a favourite book. Maybe they really liked Hansel and Gretel.
Yeah.
You could then make it into a book bag with those gingerbread people
I like
on the
that
top
a
of
lot.
it, that kind of
yeah,
thing.
it's a great idea. Now, smaller bundles available. This time a duo of penguin and gingerbread man. Which I think is a natural pairing, if you ask me. Total of 18 shapes, 8 in the penguin, 10 in the gingerbread man. 1998? I don't think so. I don't think so. $17.98, you're making a saving even on these duo bundles. You're saving 10%. Now in there you're going to get all of your dies to make this gorgeous penguin. Remember, these are multimedia dies, so you can use these on paper, on cardstock, but also on fabric, foam, leather, PU, cotton fabric. Fusible web. On the back of your fabrics, run them through your dies, you've got fusible appliques. Absolutely brilliant. That's your penguin. Your gingerbread man, sort of, I don't know if he's slightly off colour, only one cheek rosy. Lost one of his roses. Oh, not my gummy drop cheeks. Do you know the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man! This is a lovely idea from Hannah. Hannah's peaked, Becky.
Yeah.
It's all downhill from here.
It's early in the show.
It's very early to be peaking. So Hannah's just said, I love this idea. What about giving like promises or like dates as the gifts? So a little rolled up note tucked inside, like a coffee date, or I'll do the washing up, or what about using these as an advent, on an advent tree?
Yeah, that's a great idea. I like
You
that.
you could add numbers. Crafters do number dies, right?
We do, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you can add a little number, or even just use a like Santangle pen, fabric pen, to mark the number on. Oh, there's so much you can do with these. Very, very popular. Now, I'll tell you what else has been very popular. Felt. Felt's been very popular. So I'm going to grab a bundle of felt and just run through that. Oh, you didn't want me to? I thought you wanted me to go to felt. Okay, gotcha. So, right. So our other two dies we've got are the snowman and the Christmas tree. Again, $19.98, or is it? I think we're going to make a saving here. 10% off, $17.98 for the two. So this time around, you've got your snowman die, 8 pieces in there, and 11 different shapes in the Christmas tree. So again, multimedia dies, you can use them on fabric, card, paper. Please, morning, Stuart and Becky. What size are the dies, please? This is from Jan.
They all
Becky?
vary very slightly,
Yeah.
don't they? Very.
Yeah.
We've got the measurements on the front of them.
Yeah. I'm going to give you a rough idea though. So for example, the snowman is around about 4 inches tall and about 3 inches wide. This is a bit rude, isn't it, measuring a snowman's waist? Oh, just a minute, wait a minute, all the way around. Definitely time you went on a diet, young man. And that's definitely rich coming from me, isn't it? And then your Christmas tree, approximately, yeah, again, 4 inches tall, about 3.5 inches wide. So they're all roughly 3 by 3 inches. Not tiny. And of course, you know, you don't have to stitch around everything. So for example, these little baubles, thank you, on the tree, you could literally put one little hand stitch or a French knot through the centre to attach it. You could put little seed beads and stitch those on.
Or just glue them.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Quick makes. So you're getting both dies, the snowman and the Christmas tree in this set. You're saving 10%, $17.98 for those. And remember, you can make a little slit in the back. Most popular by far is the bundle of all 4. There's great value there. You're actually saving the price of one die, £10 saving. You can get each of the dies individually, by the way. If you just want the snowman, you just want the gingerbread man, hop onto the website, you'll find them. But hundreds of you now have bought all 4. Okay, now, felt bundle. Bumper, festive and rainbow. You get both together. Beautiful. Right, in total, you're getting 30 sheets of felt here. I'm just going to slide them out. I want to show you the gorgeous colours. Now, we've got a festive and a rainbow. You're getting all of it. So within your festive bundle, first of all, you've got that lovely soft pink, white, proper Christmas red, snowman nose orange, hollyberry red, holly leaf green, fir tree, Christmas tree, star on the top of the tree, star, reindeer brown, robin fawn.
I love the name.
I'm struggling now. This is gingerbread latte.
Yeah,
gingerbread man.
Yeah.
Vanilla cupcake. Santa's boots, black. Yeah. The night sky. Where's the sky ever black? Where do you live? And this is spruce. Frog green. That traditional Christmas motif, the frog. But look, that is very much a festive bundle, isn't it? That is Christmas in a bundle of felt. So that's one half of the bundle. The other half, never going back in there now. Sorry about that. The other half is a rainbow. So, whoa, that's a bit of me. I won't attempt to name them.
Go on, please.
Really?
Yeah.
Azalea.
Yes.
Fuchsia.
Yeah.
Mouse nose pink. Bright pink. Flame. Wisteria.
Yeah.
Lavender. Magenta. Turquoise. Sky.
Yeah.
Royal blue.
Yeah.
Imperial purple. Crafter's Companion purple.
Yeah.
Yes, there we go. Leaf, moss, sunshine, egg yolk, and mint.
Wow.
Beautiful. Bundles crashing. You get 30 squares of felt. Rainbows and festive. You're saving over 20%. It's $23.48. I love a saving, especially when it's on something that's so useful. Now, it is still very much the school summer holidays, and I don't think there's a better material for crafting with kids. And this is speaking as an ex-primary school teacher. I don't think there's a better material for crafting with kids than felt.
I completely agree with you. And it's quite a robust felt, isn't it?
It is.
It's perfect for these kind of things, and also the cut and stitched dies that we've had before, because it's so robust rather than being a bit floppy.
Absolutely. You could use this for so many things. You can glue it, you can sew it, it doesn't fray. It's easy to cut either with scissors or with your Crafter's Companion multimedia dies. Great results. You can embellish it. You can really go to town with these. Festive and rainbow, you're getting 30 sheets in total for $23.48. Are very, very useful to grab that. Now, next bundle we've got, now these are special dies. These are called cut and stitch. Now this is a mega bundle, and what you're getting here is you're getting all 4 dies. So that's Rudolph, or Red-Nosed Reindeer. You're getting Santa Claus. You're getting the Snowman. And you're also getting holly and Christmas lights. all 4 dies. You're also getting the Festive bundle of felt, which is 14 sheets of festive colours. £54.95. £54.95, definitely not. You're going to pay just £39.96. Now that's for all 4 dies. I mean, actually you're getting 5 different motifs, because you get holly leaves and berries and Christmas lights, snowman head, Santa Claus head, and the reindeer. Now these are different, aren't they? These are called cut and stitch.
That's right, yeah. So these have little tiny perforations around the edge that you'll put in with the dies, and then that gives you this place to actually stitch through. So these are absolutely ideal for stitching with children, because they're just following through those little holes.
I love that.
This one here, this is the holly berries, and then this one is the lights, which I just think is absolutely gorgeous, really, really beautiful. You can see they give you a really nice finish, and once again, great for Christmas decorations. I like the idea of making a Christmas decoration for family members and then embroidering the year on the back and then sending them almost lovely. As an item in a card. So you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're only sending them one thing in the post. And obviously at Christmas time, we're always thinking about how much and how long it takes for things to go in the post. They really are beautiful. And obviously this festive felt selection we've done is going to work with all of these as well as the other dies. So really good bargain.
Like that. Do you know, I'd use these as like place settings as well.
Yes, yeah.
You could put them either on crackers or you could put them on napkin rings, something like that. I've just popped this one out. This is the reindeer, just to show you what the dies look like. So these will go through your Gemini, and so you've got your outline die to cut the outside edge, but here's your stitching line, and you can see this cuts that little holes. It's almost like if you've done one of Lisa Lamb's saddle stitch bags where they've already got the holes perforated, and you get that perfect stitching line around it. It's absolutely gorgeous. What a fabulous concept. This is the reindeer on here, and of course you get full instructions on how to cut them out and put them together, and that's just one of the dies in this bundle of 4. You're also getting, remember, the bundle of 14 sheets of festive felt, so you're getting that gorgeous hollyberry red and the different spruce greens, the golden yellow, the browns, all these different colours of felt included. You're saving over 25% on this bundle. Rudolph, Santa, Snowman, and your holly leaves and your Christmas lights. Now, if you want to get 2 on their own, you can do that. You don't get the felt with either of these bundles. This is Santa and reindeer. The perfect combo, the classic combo, Santa and Rudolph. You don't have to do the red nose, by the way. You could do a brown or a black nose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. 10% saving. You're still making a lovely saving. You're getting both of them for £17.98. You can buy the felt separately. You don't get it included in this bundle, but still great value. Like I say, you can make these as Christmas tree decorations. You could applique these onto clothing.
Yeah. And actually, Christmas coming up, Christmas jumpers, they're always quite difficult to find a different Christmas jumper, isn't there? But you could do something like that on a Christmas jumper.
You could, or if you just want subtle, you could just do almost like a little sort of, what's it called?
I can't think of the word.
Not collage, corsage.
Yes.
Decoupage? Fromage frais?
It was something French.
Something like that. Yeah, you know. But also, as I say, embellishing crackers, embellishing napkin rings, or the napkins.
Yeah.
Loads
so many different things you can do with these.
But get the kids involved, because the holes are punched out, ready, easy peasy. So that's those 2 for £17.98. Now the other pairing is Snowman, Snow Lady, and holly leaves and berries and Christmas lights. Now the Christmas lights are instantly, I want to do bunting. I want to do bunting that I can hang on my tree. Yeah. And you've actually done that. Look at this, everybody. Yeah. This is fab.
I think that looks absolutely gorgeous, doesn't it?
It really does look gorgeous.
Having that on the tree.
I love that. Can we just have a quick look at the Christmas lights? because they're just beautiful. That looks gorgeous.
And actually, we had a sample where they'd made a cushion and they just had strings of lights going back and forth, and that looked really lovely and very, very simple again.
Yeah,
to
really
make.
like that.
And then this, I think, you could do it in different colours, use it throughout the year.
Yeah, you could. Well, it could be birthday lights as well, couldn't it?
Absolutely.
You could intersperse that with letters to spell something out. Be lovely as the border on a quilt as well, wouldn't it?
It would.
So much you can do with these. Now remember, with this bundle, $17.98, you make a 10% saving. You're getting the holly leaves and berries, the Christmas lights, and the snow person. Multimedia dies. These can be used for card and paper as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you want to do stitching on card or paper, then you absolutely can.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Delicious. Now our most popular dies today have been our little pockets. Well, we're calling them pockets, but that little Christmas treat decorations. You've got the snowman, you've got the Christmas tree, the penguin and the gingerbread man. You're saving £10 by buying all 4 together. There they are. There they are. You buy 3, you get 1 free. And you're getting loads of extras in there because, yes, you've got your gingerbread man, penguin, tree and snowman, but you could mix and match. You could put the hat from the snowman onto the gingerbread man or the penguin. You could put the star as a little, almost like little decoration down the front of the penguin or down the front of the gingerbread man. You've got these little circles from the tree, again, that you could mix and match. I'm going to come across.
You're going to come over here?
I'm going to come over here because I'd like to see the Gemini in action.
Right. You've seen the Gemini before, the new Gemini. Have you been?
I
to the new
don't
Gemini?
think I have.
Oh my goodness!
Talk me round.
Oh my goodness! So this is the new generation Gemini machine. So this one we've got here is on a turntable, which just makes it nice and easy for you to be able to use it. Now, the one that I use at home, I have against the wall, which means I've then got to pull it out each time I use it because I can't move it. But if I had the turntable, because I've got the old one, had the turntable, it makes it nice and easy to just move it out. It's also got a little media stand up here, so you can pop your tablet or your phone up here, and it's got little storage places down here.
It's so clever on both sides.
Yeah, it makes it nice and easy. Now on the back, on the rear, we've got 3 USBs here. I thought 3 was a little excessive, but then I thought, well, I can charge my phone, I can charge my tablet, and I can use some of my lights.
Oh, that's clever.
So everything's sort of contained in there, and you've not got hundreds of cables underneath your
Just from one power cable.
Yeah, exactly. It's fast. It's a little bit faster. It's the same kind of power that you're getting on here, and it is much quieter than the old machine. So it's if you're in the market for a new machine, this is the one that we would go for. It's got a slightly smaller what's the word?
Footprint.
Footprint. That's the word I was looking for. I was going to call it a road map.
That's
entirely wrong. It's slightly smaller, was sleeker, and as I say, it's the same amount of pressure because there was never going to be any more pressure than we had in the original, but it's going to be quicker. But yeah, it's really everything. You can use all the same dies that you've had before.
All the same dies that you've got.
It obviously comes with plates, but you can use your old plates in here. However, it's got an optical sensor that runs all the way across the machine, all the way across the throat of the machine. The old one had optical sensors in the middle and on either side. So what that means is you need something white. So the new plates are white in order to engage the optical sensor. So if you're going to be using your old plates in here, if for whatever reason you lent your new plates to somebody else, you just need to put a piece of white paper in there, and then that will engage the optical sensor.
Oh, I see. Okay, because they're looking for something white
yes,
to make
right.
it work. Got
now,
you.
Whereas before, the old machine, you could put your junior plates, so we had that beautiful sort of turquoise, teal coloured junior. The junior plates are half the size of the plates for this one, but you had to put them in landscape because you had to engage every part of that optical or engage that sensor. Whereas now, because you've got a sensor running across the whole log, you can put it in either way. So it means if you've got the other machine and you want to use a smaller plate because you want to save a little bit of time, not that it takes long for it to go through, but if you just want to save that little bit of time, you absolutely can do that with that here.
Makes sense to
does.
me. So with this bundle, you're getting your Gemini 2, you're also getting the turntable. So that's included, and this turntable's made specifically to fit the Gemini 2.
Yes, that's right. So under the Gemini, if I lift it up and unplug that and show you underneath, this Gemini has holes already been made into the actual housing of the machine. It means that this comes in very easy. You just need to screw it in with a screwdriver. You will not be able to use this turntable on your original Gemini because you won't have those little holes screwed into it. But it does make it very easy. Now these are glide feet, so if you don't use this here, you wanted to use just the glide feet, it just moves from side to side and it's got a nice smooth action. But I think for me, having that turntable makes it absolutely really super useful.
Yeah, I really like
none
that.
of us have the amount of space that we really want to craft in.
No,
You're
exactly.
always moving one thing to another place in order to fit everything in, and being able to have that turntable and use it the way you want
just
to.
to be able
is
to
great.
access both sides of the machine quickly and easily. Love that. So you get the turntable as well. You also get a couple of extra white cutting plates, don't you?
You do, yeah. So you'll get your standard plates with them anyway, but you're going to get an extra set of cutting plates in here. So the plates that you'll get in the machine, you'll get white plates like this. So these are the ones that we'd had them clear in the old machine. These are what we call our cutting plates, or your bread. You'll also be getting this frosted shim, which is a plastic shim. This lasts 10 times longer than the original one. You'll be getting a magnetic shim, and you'll be getting an embossing folder, which are generally things that you would use with paper craft rather than with soft craft. So we'll put them to one side, and then you'll be getting, obviously not this one because we've used this a lot of times, but you'll be getting this metal shim as well. So if we're going to be cutting out some of the dies that we've got today, we would be using these two white plates, this metal shim and this frosted shim in order to cut everything out.
Great. What kind of fabrics can we cut?
All sorts. I mean, every single thing you could possibly imagine. We've got Hessian here, we've got ordinary fabric, cotton fabric. With a multimedia die, you can cut 8 layers of cotton fabric.
Wow.
Quilting cotton. You could cut leather. Here we've got upholstery leather. This is really, really thick leather. It's going to cut this as well. Tough.
It's amazing. It is
It
really
is
a lot
tough,
thicker than textile.
Exactly.
leather.
So
amazing.
there's so many different things you can cut with this. What will happen is if you put too many things in, they're too thick. Say you're using some tweed and you think, oh yeah, Becky said 8 layers. 8 layers of tweed. Obviously 8 layers of tweed is significantly thicker than 8 layers of cotton. And you'll put it through the machine, it will just spit it out. Just go, no, I'm not playing with that.
Right.
It's too much for me.
So it
it's
won't jam, it's not going to break your machine, it will just refuse.
It will just refuse it. It will just spit it out. So you can absolutely sort of go to town working out the kind of things that you want to do. I'm going to use some of these dies here. So these are our multimedia dies. These are you'll be able to tell that these multimedia dies because they're copper coloured or sort of rose gold coloured. Papercraft dies are silver and they tend to be thinner, or our ones tend to be silver. I'm not saying, you might have some from other people. Use a small-ish heart shape. Now we're going to let's do a bit of leather. So let's.
Did you see the price crash, by the way? $229.99.
Wow.
Remember, you're getting your Gemini 2, you're getting your turntable, you're getting all the standard plates, you're also getting 2 extra white cutting plates. These are a consumable.
Yes, they are.
So it's great to have 2 spare ones for the future, but they last a decent time.
They do really. I mean, you can see all of the ones that we're using here are marked, and we've done that in a way deliberately because these are the ones that we use here.
This is normal.
We use them here for this show. We use them on the same plates on Hobby Maker as well. So they're getting a bit of a hammering. Let's be honest. We're using them a lot. Now we're going to use some low tack tape. So this is different to your normal sort of parcel tape. It's not as sticky, but this is what we want to use in order to secure our dies into with our sort of fabrics. So I tend to, if you watch both channels, you'll see that everybody else just tapes onto their card. I tape onto my my plate as well.
Okay.
That's my
so
personal
it holds
preference.
it secure.
Yeah, it holds it secure.
12 rolls of low-tack tape. You're getting one of them for free, £21. Details are on screen. That's this bundle that I've got over here. We're going lower. Wow.
Really?
£14.97. So one whole pack for free. One whole pack of 3 reels. That's fab. And they each one actually come in a dispenser. That's amazing. I was expecting 1 dispenser and 3 rolls of tape. You're actually getting 3 separate dispensers. 12 dispensers, 12 reels of low-tack tape in total. Becky, that low-tack tape, could I use that on fabric to say mark quilting lines?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, really good, really useful. All right, so I've got my tape there. If you can see, that's cut out beautifully.
Look at that. So that's thick upholstery leather, and that's cut out absolutely perfectly. Does it? It doesn't matter that the
No, all that will happen is, you need to keep rotating your plates, and I'm a terrible one for not doing it.
Okay.
It doesn't make any difference how marked it happens to be. It's still going to work perfectly well. So we're going to do some fabric now.
Great.
So let's do 4.
So this is quilt weight cotton.
Quilt weight cotton.
4 layers.
8 layers.
That's 8 layers.
1, 2, 3, 8 layers. Obviously, I'm not being careful about making sure that I'm, using my fabric to its greatest effect.
No.
I should give it an iron, but I'm just going to show you what it's like as it goes through.
Yeah.
So we're going to use again a little bit of low-tack tape. Like that.
So you recommend always using that low-tack tape when you're using the multimedia dies?
If you think, it'll be all right, it won't. It will move, and that's the last thing you want. You don't want to waste anything. I mean, it takes no time at all for it to go through the machine.
Just talk me through this special sandwich, because if you haven't used a Gemini before...
Yeah. This is what I term your bread.
So white plate first, then the metal shim.
Yep, your fabric with your die facing down. So if you have a look at the dies here, you've got a flat piece on the die, which is the piece that you want to be facing upwards. Sorry, I'm going to have to have a cough.
Yep. So flat edge faces up.
That faces up because you want this is your cutting piece, and you want that facing down. You want that facing the fabric. Now it's not sharp. If I press my fingers up against it, it's not going to cut me. But the pressure of the machine will allow it to cut through the fabric.
Understood. So that goes face down.
That goes face down.
So what's next in the sandwich?
Then we're going to have the clear plate,
like
which is this
frosted one.
Yeah, frosted one.
Yeah.
And
again, with that, do I rotate that? Use both sides.
Yeah, you should do that with all of them.
Yeah.
And then you've got your white plate over the top of that.
And does it matter where on the plate I place? Do I need to place it in the centre?
No, it shouldn't make any difference at all.
Okay.
The weight should, or the pressure should be the same. And if you've watched, we did a show, I think Craig did a show when he launched this, and he had one side which had very, very thick fabric, had like 5 or 6 layers of felt, and then the other side had a little bit of card. So it had all different sizes, all different weights and thicknesses, all the way through, and all cut through perfectly.
Oh, amazing.
It makes a little bit of a noise when it goes through. You shouldn't be frightened by it, because it's just where the rollers sort of hit the die. So if you've got a very square die, or one with a sharp edge or a flat edge, it might make a bit of bang. So we say to put things slightly off centre. It makes that kind of crackling noise, and it'll make a really crackling noise when we do felt, and it almost sounds like it's electricity.
Yeah.
It isn't. It's just all those fibres being cut. Now you can see here is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8
That's
layers.
amazing.
And that's gone through absolutely
and they're
perfectly.
all beautifully cut.
Saves so much
Look
time.
at that. Yeah,
doesn't it?
absolutely.
If you think of all of those things that you might want to cut out, and you think, oh, that's going to take me ages to do. I don't want to do that.
It can really restrict what you end up doing.
Absolutely, it can.
Don't forget, this bundle is the only way you're going to get the new Gemini 2 cutter. You're also getting the turntable, which is compatible with this machine. You're getting all of your standard plates, so that's your 2 white plates, your frosted and your metal shim, and your embossing. And we do get a metal shim, don't we?
You do, you get this, yeah.
We get the embossing, and we get the, what's the other one?
That's a magnetic shim.
The magnetic shim. So you get all of those. And then you're also getting 2 extra white plates and your turntable included in the bundle. It's great value. You're making a massive saving. It's £229.99. Now, we've put 3 split pays on this machine, on this bundle if you want it. You don't pay any interest, no credit checks, no forms to fill in. It's just an option when you're checking out your basket. And if you choose 3 split pays, you're going to pay, we'll get there. It's really slow. £76.66. It was worth waiting for. So that's all you need to pay today, and then we'll send you the machine and your turntable and everything else. We don't get dies included in the pack, do we?
No, you don't. But we've had,
You're gonna need to get
if you've
some
got any dies from previous shows where we've, or any dies will work fine in here. Now I'm going to do a little bit of felt, just to show you, because I'd like you to hear the noise of it cutting through. So we're going to be cutting some felt with the dies that we've got on the show in a minute, but just to show you, so you can see a comparison. So you're seeing the same die cutting fabric, felt, and also leather. So we're going to use that. Now, whilst we said these other plates, like the magnetic plate, is something that you tend to use for paper craft, it might be something you want to use for extra thickness. Now, say for example you're going to be cutting organza. Yeah. Obviously you can cut
very fine.
Yeah, very, very fine. You might want that extra thickness in there in order for it to cut. When I cut felt, thank you very much, I tend to cut 2 layers of felt at any one time, because
you can't cut 8 layers of felt. It's too thick.
Exactly. So you can see that's cut perfectly, really, really nicely. So you can see all of those different fabrics that you're using on that, and plus, of course, you can use it for paper and card, and that's what it was originally made for. So a really diverse piece of kit, very, very useful. And honestly, I never thought I needed one until I got one.
Until you got one. Yeah. Can you emboss leather?
You can. Should we do that?
Can we?
Yeah, absolutely.
Were you going to do that anyway? Or
I was.
Oh, good, excellent. Don't forget, grab yourself those 12 rolls of low tack tape, not just for die cutting with your Gemini, but also really useful for marking quilting lines without having to mark them. Low tack tape, £21 for 12 reels. All come with dispensers, but you're making a saving today only. It's just £14.97. This has got to be the star buy of the day. Love that.
So I'm going to do, using an embossing folder with a little bit of leather, I'm going to pop that onto my white plate. I'm only going to be using my frosted plate over the top of this, because this is obviously, we've got to think about the thicknesses. Always better to use less thickness than you actually think you might need. You can always run it through again, it's not going to take too long.
Okay.
So I'm just going to pop that through here now. Now that should, just doing that one.
I'm just turning this around so it can, this is the joy of the turntable. Look at this, isn't it clever?
There we go.
Oh,
Isn't that
that
beautiful?
is fabulous. Look at that. That is so clever.
And
think about jewellery, earrings, necklaces, embellishing bags.
I thought, you might make a bag and then you want this to be your little signature.
Like a charm.
Exactly. There's all sorts of different things you can do.
Put a little brass rivet through it and on a key ring.
Maybe a little bit of gilding flakes to just pick out all these bits.
I love that.
So many different things you can do with this.
Yeah, fabulous. I really like that.
Really, really useful. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you some of what we're going to do with these dies.
Christmas dies.
Now, I wanted to show you some of these. So this, you were talking about bunting with these festive dies. Look at this bunting here. This is just so gorgeous, with all the little chocolates on there, making that almost like an advent calendar. You could absolutely do that.
That's really fun, isn't it? So each of these has a little slit in the back.
It does.
There isn't a cut on the die, is there? You're actually just slitting through the felt.
Through the felts yourself.
On the back.
Or, if you're particularly flush, £5 note in each one of these.
Or a £1 coin.
Yeah, £1 coin. Yeah. All sorts of different things you could do. Diamonds. Diamond bracelet in each one. We live in hope.
Are you hoping someone in particular is watching?
No, he doesn't.
Diamonds.
Never watches me. Yeah. So there's that option.
Love that.
Now,
Yeah.
these these are little cutlery holders that we've decorated with these. So again, decorating and theming your table. I don't know. Do you do table presents at Christmas?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
So that's a good an option, something like that.
Yeah.
Decorating little stockings.
Yeah, that's really cute.
That's a really cute thing. And of course, as we said, these can be used for papercraft as well. So we've got some cards that have been made using these, using them as a space to pop something inside, or just using them as a whole. There's lots of different options you can do. Shape a card.
Oh, I love the gingerbread man look.
That's lovely, isn't it?
I've got glitter in my tummy.
Actually, that's the one I made.
Ah.
Funny as that would be.
Oh, it looks like Bikini Bottom now.
It does a little bit, doesn't it?
I've got glittery pants on. Hurrah!
Well, it is a Wednesday.
Well, there you go.
Right, so we're going to cut some of these out.
They're so diverse, aren't they? The different ways that you can make these.
Yeah,
Can we
absolutely.
cut some out?
We'll cut some out. So we're going to do the penguin, or penwing, as Benedict Cumberbatch calls it.
Yes, penguin. Now,
Penguin.
don't forget, in the bundle that we've got on screen, $29.96, we're already showing that with that fab saving. You're saving £10 buying the 4 together. You get the gingerbread man, the Christmas tree, the penguin and the snowman, all of those dies together. 37 different shapes. You get full instructions as well. Check these out. So you get your full instructions inside each pack, double-sided, to show you how to put the whole thing together.
Yeah.
So what do we need?
So yeah, absolutely. We've got a little recipe, and it will show you how many of everything to cut, so you can get it very clear. Now, this is working on the idea that you're going to be using a little bit of vinyl to do their tummy, but obviously you don't have to. So I'm going to be using just some black. So I've already cut out my other pieces in white. So I just need 2 of the outer bodies. So if you can see here. On the front.
So there's an outer body and an inner body.
Yeah, so the outer body, we can make them out of white. This is the actual body of the penguin, and then that's sort of like his tummy and his face.
Got you.
So this is the one I'm going to be cutting out of black. This one I've already cut out of white already.
So that makes the shape stand out.
Exactly.
Gives a little border.
Yeah, and I've already got some of these in white as well. So as I say, I like to cut 2 at any one time, mainly because I'm lazy, and I just think actually I want to try and maximise my use of the machine.
Yeah, of
and
course.
I inevitably
Low
lose
tack
one of
tape?
them. Yeah, low tack tape. I'll lose one of them. The dog might end up with one of them attached to him. There's all sorts of different things I could end up doing with those. So I always think cutting 2 at the same time is ideal.
Yeah, I like that.
Thank you.
Now, if you're thinking, I need some vinyl.
Oops.
I need vinyl for cutting those pockets, the little tummies. We have got it, and this is in a roll, and this is special. This is really special because this is glittery. Look at this. Can you see, if I put my hand underneath, can you see the glitter? You're going to get a lot of tummies out of this vinyl.
You are. Great for all sorts of different things, that vinyl. It's a lovely feel to it.
It has got a lovely feel. $8.99, that's all. This is the size piece you're getting. If you're a bag maker, this is a really good size piece for bag making as well. If you want to put windows into zippy pouches, if you want to have a bag that has a clear vinyl pocket on the front, perhaps with a zip, ideal, but absolutely ideal for the tummies as well. Can you sew through this?
You can sew through that. Yeah, just be aware of how you're going to stitch through it. So I tend to use a little bit of tissue paper.
Yeah.
So it just allows my my foot to skim over the top.
Yeah. If you've bought the Brother FS250 from us, you get a non-stick or Teflon foot with your machine. Use that; it'll go over an absolute dream.
Oh, okay.
You got a non-stick foot for your machine?
No, I haven't.
You need to get yourself
I
an
know.
FS250.
I keep thinking, I must go and get myself a new foot, and then I forget. I stop sewing vinyl, and then it used
Vinyl, oilcloth, leather.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Oh,
It's
okay.
ace.
I'll have to get one of those. Right, so we have got this part. So this is the outer body of our little, what's it called?
Penguin.
I'm going to put
What's it called?
What's it called? What's his name?
Bingo.
And then we've got this piece that goes over the top here.
Yeah.
Now, if we want to, I find the best thing to do, if I want to cut the tummy, is to cut the tummy from. Try and cut it with all 3 layers at the same time. So I would put a piece of tape just to hold it all together.
Got you.
It just means that it's a little bit quicker, a little bit easier for lining up. That I think is a little bit of an easier option for you to do. So we're going to do that now.
You wouldn't stitch them together first and then cut through?
You
could do that too?
absolutely could do.
Okay.
I'm not going to stitch these together just
Okay.
because of the time that it's going to take to do that. I'm actually going to glue them together. Now, we've got different types of glue on the show. If I grab them and show you. Now, this glue is your all-purpose glue, and this is glue that we tend to use for paper craft. Now, this works really well provided you don't want to stitch through anything that you've glued before, because it dries like concrete and it will break your needle if you stitch through it. Now, the other one is your felt glue.
So this is for gluing felt.
Yeah, and it just takes a little bit of time for it to go off. So from my point of view for today, anything that I glue, I'm going to be gluing with this.
Yeah.
But if you want to stitch over afterwards, you want to make sure you've used the felt glue.
The felt glue. Is that only for felt? Could I use that on cotton fabric?
It's better to use the textile glue that we've got for cotton fabric.
That's a
they're very similar,
Yeah.
but this has been specifically formatted for use with felt.
It's a great price. 100 mils of each. You get your all-purpose, which is the one you can't sew through. Definitely don't sew through.
Yep.
But I mean, that's ideal if you want to do like quick gift bags,
Yep.
quick gifting stockings, things like that.
Yep.
And then you also get a 100 ml bottle of the felt glue as well for £5.98.
Yep.
I mean, it'd be rude not to.
It would, absolutely,
wouldn't
it would be. Now this is, this particular one, this one here is a solvent-based glue. So if you're going to be using it with, I would be not
Well
necessarily using
ventilated.
it, well ventilated,
Yeah.
and probably not use it with children.
And presumably as well, you can use this for sticking on things like sequins, beads, gems.
Yeah, all sorts of different things.
Feathers. I mean, this is the
world's
thing in
your
the
oyster.
summer. Yeah, get the kids crafting.
Yeah, I think so.
Love that.
Get them making things for you. That's what I think. That's what I like
Get
to
them
do.
making all things for Christmas.
Yeah, because it comes round very, very quickly, doesn't it? And suddenly, it's upon us. I always say to people, well, I think it's how many is it? 18 Mondays to Christmas.
There you go.
Something like that.
Oh.
Not long now.
I mean, I was mentioning Christmas at Festival of Quilts, and a few people said, "Oh, it's too early for that."
No,
it's like it's
not.
nearly September. Yeah. It really isn't. Especially if you want to make a quilt or Christmas stockings for your 10 grandchildren.
I started making an advent calendar when my
in 1978.
not that old. When my children were babies,
Right.
my daughter's 21
Is
this
it
year.
finished?
No, it's barely even started. Right, so there we go. We've got his body and his tummy cut out, and that all matches up perfectly.
Oh, ace.
And then it could be the other part of the little one just here, so we can see that we're going to be doing that there. And we can stitch around, we can cut the vinyl. So I've got with me,
Have you got a bit of vinyl?
I haven't got glitter vinyl, I've got some iridescent vinyl, which I haven't.
Posh.
I know, get me.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to cut that out, and then we're going to pop that in the machine again.
Now, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
When we're cutting out, if we'd got lots of oddments of felt, could I actually put different dyes all over? Could I just do it all in one pass?
If I were you, I'd be sensible about it, do everything, get everything all organised, all cut out, run through the machine, and then you're done. Yeah,
I mean, I know you're
absolutely.
breaking it down because this is our one and only time to learn how. But at home, you can kind of batch produce.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. That's definitely the way to go.
Are we allowed to make these for things like craft fairs at school, fundraisers?
Yeah, make them sell, absolutely.
Can you imagine these little hangers at a Christmas fair, £1 each or something like that with a little chocolate inside?
Yep, absolutely.
Just glued together,
Yeah.
really quick and easy. They'd be brilliant fundraisers.
Or even, having everything cut out and then charging the children £1 to come and make them.
That's a lovely idea.
That
I
would
like
be,
that.
then they can take them away. That could be a nice item for them to do.
So I noticed, Becky, you're using a different size oval
Yes.
for the vinyl than the actual opening.
That's right. Yeah, so when we pop it in the here, we've got
needs
plenty
overlap.
of space
It needs seam
to
allowance.
stitch through.
Of course it
Yeah,
does.
it makes it nice and easy. And so then that would go on the top of here. So I'm going to glue everything together for a moment, so to show you what it's going to be looking like. So I'll just pop it on here.
You can stitch or glue this, can't you?
So I'm going to glue for today because, as I say, it takes a bit of time. It's one of those things you want to spend a little bit of time stitching around.
If you're going to stitch.
Yeah, if you're going to stitch it, yeah, absolutely.
But of course, if you glue, I mean, I think the thing is, because die cutting with the Gemini is so fast and so efficient, if you are making to sell, then you know, your labour is almost taken out of the equation.
It is, yeah. It does make it very, very easy.
Gemini. The Gemini bundle is on screen. This is the Gemini 2, the second generation of machine, with loads of sort of added extras, storage compartments, space to put your phone or tablet. It's quieter. It has got those motion or those sensors that pick up on the white colour of the plate to automatically start the machine, which is very clever. You get all your plates, you get 2 extra white plates and a turntable included in the price. We've also crashed that price. You're paying $229.99. Now remember, this Gemini 2 will cut fabric, leather, foam. These multimedia dies work with any of these materials. You can also use this for your card making as well.
I'm
So you're just putting like a little thin line.
Yeah, I was just having a look to see where the best. I'm just going to pop his little nose down here, just down here. Again, I'm just using the glue to put his nose. There,
Put the nose right there, didn't they? Just there.
Just there.
Yeah.
Maybe right. I've ended up cutting a very slight piece of edge of his nose. He's been in a fight, this
I see.
penguin.
Oh.
Maybe
I see.
maybe I'll just trim that. He's just been in a bit of a fight.
Oh.
It was
quite aggressive.
It was over chocolate.
Was it?
Yeah, too much. No, not enough chocolate to go round.
Fair enough.
They all wanted one of those chocolate biscuits.
Like it.
Right, now this is going to form the back here. So I'm just going to fold that in half, and then I'm going to use my scissors to cut across here, and that's going to create that little slit at the back. So we will.
And that's for getting the chocolate in, but more importantly than that, it's for getting the chocolate out.
Yeah, exactly. No one wants something where you can't get hold of the chocolate. That's just disappointing, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, it would be awful, Becky, to bring chocolates on air with your presenter and then not let them eat one. I mean, that would be.
Am I getting it? You can have one of them. But I don't know how old they are. Is
Fair enough.
What I would say.
And at that
they may
point,
have been from
I'm
last
out.
Christmas. I did look at the ones on the Christmas tree, and I thought, oh, they're interesting. But they look very flat. They're not.
Yeah.
I'm
going to pass.
Yeah,
Becky.
I know.
I'm going to pass.
Yeah. So you can see you've got that little this piece down here. Obviously, you want to let the glue go off properly. I'll pop the little feet down here, like that, just here. With those little feet, to glue those there. But obviously, you know, if you wanted to stitch these on, you absolutely could do this. Again, I'm using this glue. This glue is going to go off very quickly.
They're happy feet, aren't they?
They are, but they are not going to. They're not going to work if you want to stitch over the top. So he needs a little face stitched onto him, but he's got his little place to pop
gorgeous.
Little chocolate, and that is what they're going to look like.
Oh, Gillian's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart and Becky. Loving the show. Elizabeth says hi. Happy birthday. Is it your birthday? Happy birthday. I had to go there because it's very small. So I had to just look. Sorry, I wasn't headbutting the table. Wendy says, hi Stuart, just posted on Facebook my felt Christmas sack ideas. Brilliant show. Brilliant show. And Teresa says, good morning Stuart, lovely to see you today. That shirt is fabulous. Thank you.
I do like that. Very oriental.
Just love a bit of cranes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Me too. Very nice.
Thank you. Becky, thank you so much for that little intro into Christmas. We are seeing you again in less than an hour.
Yep.
Where you've got more loveliness.
We have more loveliness, absolutely.
I can't wait. All right, thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
Just wanted to recap. These have been so popular. Very, very cute and just, they're a lot of fun to make. They're a lot of fun to make, very giftable, very usable. We've thought of so many different ways that you could play around with the snowman, the tree, the penguin and the gingerbread man. Just adorable. Best value is in this bundle I've got right here. You get all 4 dies, 37 different shapes in total, and some of them I think are interchangeable. You could put the top hat on the penguin or the gingerbread man. That scarf could be mixed and matched, the little circles, the stars. You could have a lot of fun with this. You can also, of course, mix the cutting out for the tummy as well. In fact, this one right here, wouldn't that make a lovely flower die? So I'm always looking for extra value. You get all 4 sets for £29.96. You're saving £10 there. They can be made into these little hanging pockets for chocolates, but that's just one idea. You could also use these as pencil toppers. That would be fun.
That's a good idea.
You could leave a little opening here and put them on a pencil, or glue them onto a pencil for Christmas pencils. You could glue them or sew them onto napkin rings. You could use them for embellishing Christmas gift bags. There's absolutely loads. You can leave the tummy out if you want.
Someone did mention about, those chocolate ball chocolates you can get.
Yeah.
Having one of those, but I think they'd be so enormously round
Fat.
because you need something with a half, that's only half a...
Yes, flatter stomach, you see, flatter stomach.
Yeah. Diet tummies.
Diet chocolates. Well, it's the best diet is if you don't eat them at all, Becky, which is exactly what we've done today.
Oh my, I'm getting in so much trouble, aren't I? I'm going to have to find you some chocolate for the next show.
I'm easily bought, as everyone who came to Festival of Quilts realised.
Really?
Very easily bought. I've had so many lovely gifts, Becky.
What did you get?
Chocolates and a knitted gnome
Oh.
with a beard to look like me, and beautiful, all sorts of lovely things.
Oh my
all sorts
goodness.
of cheese scones.
Oh.
I mean, not that I hint about all the things I love eating, but you were so kind and generous. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, beautiful. Love these. Now, remember, if you prefer, you can get them in 2s. You can get the snowman and the tree as a pair. We're very, very limited on the 2s. I've got to let you know. Penguin and gingerbread man, we'll pop those up first. Very limited on these. You're making a 10% saving, £17.98 for them both. Remember, you can use them for paper crafting and fabric. Mix and match. Stitch, glue, you can do either, or a combination of the 2. You might stitch some of the details, but maybe the smaller details. Leave those, stick them on with glue. Yeah. Absolutely awesome, but very limited stock on those. And then we've got the snowman and the Christmas tree as a little bundle of 2. Again, a 10% saving, £17.98 for the pair.
It'd be nice stuffed with a bit of lavender in their tummy.
Cute. Or cloves,
Christmassy smells. Yeah.
Christmassy spices. That would be nice. It's like a little pomander.
Yeah.
Love that
you could
idea.
even tuck in their tummy a Christmassy kind of, like a mulled wine kind of sachet thing.
Ooh.
Could go in their tummy.
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
Tummy's optional, remember?
Yes. Yeah.
Tummy's optional. Love it. Great. Now, we've also had the vinyl, the glitter vinyl. This is gorgeous. Perfect for doing the tummies, but also perfect for bag making. It's sewable. Should be £11, you're going to pay £8.99. This is a 60 by 50 centimetre piece, and it is glitter vinyl. It's really soft. There's no creases in it. It's rolled, and it comes out, and it's lovely and ready to go. Gorgeous fine glitter there. Okay, smashing. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for a mince pie and a mulled wine. I will see you after this.
Ordered it for you. Your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hey, welcome. It's so good to have your company this morning. My first day back since Festival of Quilts. If I saw you at Festival, it was wonderful. If I didn't, thank goodness you're here now and we can spend this morning together. Now, this hour, I've got some fabulous tools, bit of lovely fabric, and I've also got a book by one of my heroes from the quilting world, Catherine Gurrier, who I remember very, very early on in my sewing career back in the 90s, was the name in magazines and in books, and is still a fabulous quilter and very, very much part of our quilting community. This is a book by Catherine Gurrier called The Encyclopedia of Quilting and Patchwork Techniques. Now, this is the kind of book that we all need, because it's an encyclopedia of quilting and patchwork. $12.99. Let me just tell you, this is 176 pages of expertise and techniques and inspiration, and I can't believe we're crashing to $7.99. Are you kidding me, Anna? Really? $7.99? That's stonking. That's absolutely fantastic. This, if you've ever wondered, how do I do biscuit patchwork? Now, you might laugh, but do you know what? I've been seeing these puff quilts, yeah, everywhere. They're all over Instagram and TikTok and Facebook. Everyone's been making these puff quilts, biscuit patchwork, all explained. If we brought out a pattern for a puff quilt or a biscuit quilt, we'd charge $9.99. It's $7.99 for the whole book. What about if you want to know how to make Suffolk puffs? Boom, there it is. What about how to do Seminole patchwork? All explained by Catherine Gurrier. What about if you wanted to learn, well, how to do basic rotary cutting, how to do reverse applique? What about different types of applique? All explained with tons of inspiring and detailed photographs. You've also got a lovely section at the back on how to do your quilting, including how to do stuffed quilting, sashko, how to bind, how to edge your quilts. And then also, I love all the inspiration in the back. Themes, lots of vintage quilts, beautiful photography, loads of inspiring ideas. All this for $7.99. This is terrific value. So many of you have got this in your basket. Over a third of the stock is $7.99. I can't believe this. I can't believe that they're not just flying out. Well, they are flying out, but lots of you have got this in your basket. Be careful would be my only advice, because this book is, everyone's going to suddenly decide to check out all at the same time, and that's the point at which you could miss out. Oh, this is absolutely superb. Catherine Gurrier is a fabulous piecer, quilter, designer. I've always admired her work, but this is an encyclopedia of techniques, all fully explained, loads of colour photography, detailed, all the basics and way beyond. Lots of traditional blocks in there as well. I mean, there's a bit of everything. Really fantastic. For under £8. For under £8. Check out your baskets, please. How many in baskets, Hannah? 34 in baskets. Check out. Whoever and wherever you are, how to fussy cut, how to trim, how to quilt. Right, next up, something I'm passionate about, safety. Safety when you quilt, especially when you're cutting. Safety. Now then, I wonder if, Kat, could I just have a big ruler or a regular quilting ruler, please? This is a safety ruler grip handle. Now, these are particularly useful for things like your larger rulers. Thank you, Kat. I don't know if you've ever spotted, I'm not going to go into any detail, but I wonder if you've ever spotted the difference between my two index fingers. One's normal and one is thinner than it should be. I'll leave that to your imagination. So I'm very passionate about safety. Now, hands here, blades can slip, okay? This goes on like this, and then you press down the locks, and that, let me just push that down properly, and that now is attached to the ruler. This means now that your hands, rather than being level with the blade in danger, are nowhere near that blade, and you can make your cuts and you can apply pressure here, but that pressure is then dispersed over a much wider area than your hand alone. So as well as being safe, you're also going to achieve more pressure, more even pressure, more easily for £7.99. Again, it's one of those things that every single quilter should have. You may not always remember to use it, but really useful. Half the stock's gone. Half the stock of the book's gone. Half the stock of this is gone. You're going to need to be quick with these. 2 Quilters Essentials, the Encyclopedia of Quilting and Patchwork Techniques from Catherine Gourier, and the So Easy Ruler Grip Safety Handle. What price safety? £7.99. These weren't available. These weren't available when I had my accident. I wish they had been. And then when you want to remove it, just unclick and off it comes. I mean, they do grip really well. There we go. And you don't need to start licking these. I mean, I suppose you could dampen them very slightly, but it's enough really just to push them down. And then it's on. And then just pull this up to release it. And off it comes. Absolutely super. Absolutely super. Haha. I love it. I love it. We all need one. Fiona says, good morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you in real life on Sunday morning. My darling. It's lovely to see you too. Oh. Yes, that was a funny comment. Quite a few people said, gosh, you're a lot taller than I thought you were going to be, having watched you on TV, which is interesting, isn't it? I always think I look, I don't know, I'm smaller than you think I'm going to be. Anyway, who knows? Morning, Stuart. Bought the handle last week. It is brilliant. Love, Sharon, who's in South Glamorgan. Thank you, Sharon. Lovely good morning to you. Yeah, super useful. Oversubscribed now on the handle. It's going to sell out. If you want yours, you will need to check out. Same with the Encyclopedia of Patchwork and Quilting Techniques from Catherine Gourier. It is going to sell out. If this is in your basket, check out whoever you are, because at £7.99, this is an absolute stonking bargain. UK price £12.99, and I would call that a fabulous bargain. £12.99, but you're saving a fiver. You're paying just £7.99 for this. And it's a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of experience from an enduring and loved name in quilting, Catherine Gourier. She lives not far from here, actually. I think she's Worcestershire or Perth, something like that. She's pretty local. Something like that. Yeah. But you can take Catherine Gurrier's knowledge home in that book, can't you? Doesn't matter if you don't live nearby. Right. Teresa says, I bought one of these after my little slip, resulting in the same shape finger as you. Teresa, oof, ouchie. Not good. Not good. Don't do it. I wouldn't recommend it. Right. Please may I mention this lovely charm pack? I like to get a bit of fabric in. This is so lovely. And we don't often have charm packs, so when we do, I really love to show them. This is called Zinnia by April Rosenthal of Prairie Grass Patterns. This is just joyful, pretty. It's called Zinnia. It's a Moda charm pack, which means you get 42 5-inch squares. Let me show you. Now you get some repeats, which is a very good thing, because it means you can look at these. It's got a little bit of a, I would say, 1950s vibe to it, with those lovely, fresh, bright florals. 1930s to 1950s vibe here, really. Oh, and then a few little more modern. Oh, this is delightful. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm thinking summery placemats. I'm thinking bags. Or what about cathedral window cushions? You've got a bit of a rainbow going on in this. Oh, I'm mixing my patterns. Goodness me. There we go. Of course, I desperately want to sort these into some kind of rainbow order, but I'm not going to do that right now. Loads and loads of patterns available for charm packs. I've written a few myself. They are good for smaller projects, but you can actually buy, you know, multiples of these and make quilts. You can put frames or borders around them, use them as the centre of star blocks, and then maybe dip into your stash and find complementary solids, tone-on tones that you can add in. Look at that. It's a real gorgeous summery rainbow. I love that. I love that. Laurie's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. It was fantastic to see you at Festival. Oh, it was fantastic to see you. Laurie was twinning, actually, with Jenny Jackson. They both wore leopard print. Fabulous. Fabulous. I love it. Thanks for the hugs. And, of course, the fabulous fabric. Laurie, you are welcome. Sandra says, Stuart, I had the same accident in my teens with a paper cutting guillotine. Ouch. Now, this handle won't help you with a guillotine, but it will help you with your rulers. It's a safety handle. Do get yours, won't you? Jane says, I love charm pocks. I bought a Just Morris one at Festival of Quilts, but what to make? Well, what to make indeed. If you're going for the Zinnia charm pack, which I have right here, it's $16.99. I did a pattern years ago. It was my very first pattern that was ever published in a magazine, and it was called My Garden Charms. And all I did was I did like square patchwork. So lots of the charm squares I cut up into 2.5-inch squares. Obviously, you'll get 4 from each square. So I cut lots of them up, mixed them all up, and then sewed them back together again. So they were 2-inch finished squares. And I did a section probably this long, this wide, as the centre of my table runner. And then I sewed some cream tone on tone down at either end, like a rectangle. And then I used the remaining charm squares. I'd got some greens and some colours. And I did some little stems, some leaves, and some simple flowers, applique, down either end. And that looked really lovely. That would be absolutely gorgeous done in zinnia. Prairie grass patterns. Single figures of this left. Isn't it lovely? You know, ones like this very much have a 1930s feel to them. These sorts of prints. And these little sort of polka dot stars. They're very 1930s. These ones, a little more of a 1950s. But they've got that lovely vintage flavour to them, haven't they? And they would just create this sort of just gorgeous. What about a peg bag or a few peg bags? They're really useful, really pretty. Or, I'll tell you another thing you could make. What about like a half apron, like a waist apron, done patchwork with all of these? Maybe with like a little frilled border around the edge, or a piped border with a solid. That would be really nice. Just do the ties in a matching solid, either a nice sort of sky blue or bright red or golden yellow. Just pick one of the colours out. That would be lush. That would be lush. Love that. Right. How many zinnias have we got left? Oh, 8 left. Lots more in baskets though. So if you want the zinnia charm pack, you will need to be quick. Now, we all love at Sewing Street, we all love a seam roller. We all love a seam roller. We can't always use an iron. So things like leather, PU, vinyl. Often with small projects, hand-sewn projects, we're not near an iron, we haven't got an iron out, but we still need to be able to press our seams. So with a seam roller, absolutely perfect. It could be about creasing. So for example, if I just turn up a little hem, again, you might not have an iron nearby. So just turn up your seam allowance and then just run your seam roller along the edge. There we go. There we go. And now we've got our little, look, a beautiful crisp crease. There's our seam allowance. And if we want to turn under our hem again, we can just fold it back to there. And same thing again, I like to just hold it either end with my fingers and roll it up to the top and down towards the bottom. And there we go, look, a perfectly pressed hem. It's really, you can see how nice and crisp that is. No heat, no iron, just using a seam roller. Really useful. What a great bit of kit for £6.99. This seems to be the £7.99 an under hour. I love that. I love that, unintentionally. Now, a message. Is it a request? Please could Stuart demonstrate... I do requests, Elizabeth. Please could Stuart demonstrate how to use the flying geese triangle ruler that is coming up. Okay, Elizabeth. Yes. I love this ruler so much. Like, I've written 5 books now that I have mentioned this ruler and this ruler only, ever, by name in my new book. Because I discovered this while I was writing my book that comes out next year, and I love it so much I've actually mentioned it by name, and I will show you how to use it. So this is the Creative Grids Flying Geese Triangle Ruler, and it does so much more than flying geese. But anyway, let me show you. So I'm just going to grab an ironing surface, and I just need to grab the iron as well. I'll go and grab the iron. Oh, it's at the end. Oh, yes, got it. Thank you. Already done. There we go. Right, let's plug this iron in. Because as always, you do want to make sure that your fabric is pressed. So let me just explain why this is warming up. So your multi-size flying geese ruler is actually, if you think of a flying geese unit, you've got a large triangle, your geese, named for a skein of geese flying through the air. So that should be, and then you've got 2 smaller triangles here and here, which we refer to as the sky. Now, if you think about those as actual shapes, you've got a quarter square triangle, because 4 of those would go together to make a quarter square triangle. And then you've got half square triangles. So we can make flying geese, we can make half square triangles, and we can make quarter square triangles. Now, with those 3 units, we can make so many traditional and modern quilt blocks. It's absolutely essential. Let me iron a bit of fabric, and then Elizabeth, I'm going to show you how to use it. So one of the things I discovered a little while ago actually was that it's actually very easy to sew triangles together. I've always made half square triangles and flying geese and things like that using the sort of, you know, clever methods where you draw a line and sew either side and cut apart. Because I was told that it was hard to do it any other way, or that I was risking having fabric on the bias. But the reality is that it's actually very, very easy to sew triangles together, and it's actually a lot quicker when you don't have to mark pencil lines, especially if you're working on smaller units. Okay, let me pop that out of the way. Okay, so first things first, you need to decide on the finished size of the units that you want. Now, I'm going to cut out first of all some bits for flying geese. So flying geese are generally double the length of the height. So 3 by 1.5, or 6 by 3, or 4 by 2. You get the idea. So if you look on your ruler, and you'll see that the finished size is marked in black, and the fabric width that you need to cut is marked in white. Now, there are no tricky 7/8 of an inch or even 1/4 of an inches. It's whole inches or half inches, which I love, because if you're using the traditional kind of 2 squares together, draw a diagonal and sew either side, you add 7/8 of an inch. So if you want 2-inch finished half square triangles, you need 2 7/8 of an inch squares. So that means I can't make 2-inch finished half square triangles from a jelly roll. Well, with this ruler you can, because for 2-inch finished half square triangles you need 2.5-inch strips, which just so happens to be the size of a jelly roll. Right, so I think it's genius. Right, so first of all, let's cut some fabric. So I'm going to use this black fabric as my sky, and that's my half square triangles. So first of all, I'm going to cut some strips. Okay, so let's just cut. I'm just going to cut a little bit of fabric. Of course, you can cut multiple layers of fabric, and you can use multiple layers of fabric. You don't have to just use a single layer of fabric. You could be cutting up to 6 or even 8 layers of fabric using this. Okay. So I've got my 2.5-inch wide strip, and so, well, I'll double it up and we'll cut 2 at a time, shall I? Got my Fiskars rotary cutter here. Right, so the first thing I need to cut are my half square triangles. So 2-inch finished, 2-inch finished, 2.5-inch wide strip, and this black line is what I line up. So now obviously on the first one I do need to make 2 cuts, because I'm going to cut here, but I do also need to cut down here. So a rotating cutting mat might be useful. It's not essential. I can trim that off as well. Right, so there I've got my first pair of half square triangles. Yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. There they are. So I've got 2, and you'll notice that we've got a dog ear trimmed off, so I'm already ahead of the game. And then you just turn your ruler around. Now this is where I want 2 of the same, and you know I'm going to be using these as part of a flying geese. Okay. If I wanted to just make half square triangles and I was going to piece them together, you know, kind of half light, half dark, well, I'll do it like this. I do it slightly differently. So I'm going to cut a strip, again 2.5 inch wide strip. Whoops. Let me just flip that around. I'll just do a short length so I can show you quickly. So there's a little bit. So I'd cut that, got my 2.5 inch strip. Then I'd also cut a 2.5 inch strip of my second fabric, my dark fabric. And then I'm going to smart stack them together. So I call this smart stacking. It's what the cool kids do. And it makes the process quicker and easier. Now, if you want to, you can use a bit of spray starch on the fabric. Not because you have to, but if it's a little bit firmer, it will behave slightly easier. I use that method whatever I'm doing. So I'm going to smart stack. I'm going to put right sides together on my strips. Get them lined up. You could even layer your two fabrics together and then cut out 2.5 inch wide strips. Okay, but there they are. They're both together. So what I'm going to do now is use my half square triangle side of the ruler, and I'm lining up the 2-inch line at the bottom and the dog ear already cut off at the top. I'll just flip that around and trim down the side. There we go, and leave them paired up. Same thing down this side, and all you would do is you'd keep going down the strip. Now I know this is a bit different, and especially if you've been doing the, you know, squares and marking and all of that, this will seem like, gosh, this is a step outside, because now we're cutting out triangles. But remember, I can go now to my sewing machine. I haven't got to get a pencil or a ruler and start drawing lines. I can literally just go to my machine, sew, sew, sew. It is so much faster. It really is faster doing it that way. So that's my half square triangle elements. So if I need them for flying geese, if I need them for half square. And then last thing I want to show you is how we cut the flying geese, the geese part. So I've cut 2-inch finished half square triangles, so double that is 4 inches. That's the size of my larger triangle. However, look, if you find, so that's going to be a 2x4 flying geese. The 2 is my short edge, the 4 is my long edge. I read across, I still only need a 2.5 inch strip. So don't go cutting a 4 inch or a 4.5 inch strip just because it's 4. I still only need a 2.5 inch strip. Again, if you use the traditional method for making flying geese, what you would actually do there is you would cut a 5.25 inch square for your flying geese, and then you would cut 4 2 7/8 squares for the sky. Neither of which can you cut out of a jelly roll. But using this ruler, you can cut these units from a jelly roll. So same again, look, I'm going to put my 2x4, my 2.5 inch strip on top, get that bottom edge lined up, the top edge clips off my dog ear, okay. So I've cut, and I'll flip this around, again line it up, and it only takes a second, and so on, keep going. What you've got there now are your quarter square triangles, and I mentioned, because you might want to make an hourglass block, you know, 4 triangles, quarter square triangle together, so you would just sew them in pairs, I mean usually light, dark, and sew them together. But in this case, we're making flying geese, and there are my flying geese. So I can do all of this with one ruler. And the best news is that you can go from a 1 inch half square triangle, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, right up to 6-inch square. And your flying geese, you can do everything from a 1x2 right up to a 6x12. Now, for the book that I've just finished writing, I did Lady of the Lake blocks, which feature 21 half square triangles, and the half square triangles are 1.5 inch finished, which would have meant cutting squares that were 2 3/8. Nightmare. Wouldn't have done it. But with this ruler, quick, easy, accurate. Really recommend it. Really recommend it. Well done if you've got yours. If it's in your basket, don't forget to check out. I hope that helped, Elizabeth. I'll pop all those there. I know I've got lots of bits of fabric now. I should have to sew those later. Right. Next up. Yep. Let me move these out of the way. Now then, I've just shown you the Fiskars rotary cutter. We've also got the fabric scissors. These are Fiskars fabric scissors, and they're a spring action. Now then, shall I open this up, or if we've got an open one? We've got an open one, we'll grab. Yep, so these are fabric scissors. So not thread snips, which it would be easy to think they perhaps were. Thank you, Kat. These are fabric scissors. So particularly good for doing things like snipping into seam allowances. They are super, super sharp. Let me just grab this. So if you were clipping, so rather than having to do the traditional putting your fingers through, you're actually, it's lovely soft grip, and you're just squeezing. And then there's a spring action that pops it back open. You can lock it closed. I think I'd be inclined to make a little bag for these. If you're cutting out a bigger shape, of course, you can absolutely do that. So I'm thinking applique now. Let's just cut out a little. So this might be an applique. I'm thinking, oh, they're really very, very precise, very sharp as well. Absolutely brilliant. Well, it was going to be a little tulip, a hoof. Do you see? Like a little tulip. Yes, you get the impression. I'm freestyling here. But absolutely brilliant. And as I say, great for clip. Look at that. Absolutely sharp to the point. I'm pushing my luck, aren't I? Look at that. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Or if you wanted to notch, sometimes in dressmaking, we actually want to notch into a seam where that seam needs to really, really bend. Yeah, like that. You actually notch. Some seams you clip and some seams you notch. This Fiskars scissors are absolutely perfect for both of those, but also for cutting out really precisely. Beautiful. And there's no strain. I always, because I've got very delicate hands, I always get a horrible big ridge across my finger when I use scissors. And I have actually got blisters on my hand from using scissors before now. But these are a soft grip and you're just squeezing. Carol's got in touch to say, Stuart, really lovely to see you on Sunday morning. Please, lots more demos with the Creative Grids rulers, really helpful. Carol, you're welcome. I agree with you. You need to see them in action, don't you? Don't forget, if you ever want to see any of the Creative Grids rulers demoed, either because you're interested in buying them or finding out what they do, or you already got them and you just want someone to remind you how to use them, every single one of them comes with a QR code on the instructions, and sometimes actually printed on the the ruler. So you see here, it's actually printed on the ruler. If you scan that with your smartphone, it will take you through to a demo video. So you can't lose that. If you haven't got a smartphone, you can just go on to YouTube, and if you type in Creative Grids, non-slip multi-size flying geese ruler, then you'll get the demo, and you can watch that, and you can see all the different ways you can use it, and they're really useful. Even if you're just talking about, you know, your 6.5 by 24 ruler. This also has a QR code on it that you can scan. There are videos on YouTube that you can watch. And, you know, we can all pick up little tips and hints, so they're well worth having a look at. But yes, I absolutely will demo lots of times. This ruler, as I say, I was so impressed with it. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to be absolutely honest with you now. I was asked to demo it for a show. I did a show where I was guesting, and I was asked to demo it. And I will be absolutely honest, I thought, I don't need this. I've got my 6 by 24 ruler. I've been making half square triangles, quarter square triangles, flying geese for years with that. I don't need this. And then I used it and I thought, you know what, I absolutely do. A collector in Merseyside says, I've bought quite a few things on the strength of your demos, Stuart. You give so many tips for use of the tools. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. More than 20 of you with this in your basket. Why do you need this? Let me tell you. First of all, no difficult maths. I was making 1.5-inch finished half square triangles. Using the regular method, that would have meant cutting out 2 3/8 of an inch squares, which if I had to do 1 or 2, okay, I could make myself do it. But I needed 21 per block. 25 blocks. I can't even do the maths. It was way more than I ever wanted to do. Then once you cut them out, awkward size, you've got to then start trying to mark each individual square with a pencil precisely from corner to corner, and then start sewing and then cutting. Bit of a nightmare. With this, using this ruler, I cut out 2-inch wide strips. Well, we can all do that, right? Easy peasy. So the cutting was easy. I layered them already, light and dark together, and then I used this to cut all of my paired triangles, no lines to mark, straight to the machine, sewed them all in a chain, clipped them apart and pressed them, and I was done. And they were accurate, and they were just so. And I loved the ruler so much that I mention it by name in my new book, and I've never done that with a ruler, apart from, you know, a 6 by 24 ruler, but that's generic. But this ruler I loved so much, I've mentioned it by name. So I genuinely do think you should get it. It will make anything from 1-inch finished up to 6-inch finished half square triangles, all the half inches in between, and flying geese and quarter square triangles up to 6 by 12. Right, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, Becky Swan will be back with more Crafter's Companion.
For ideas for the perfect gift, why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If if you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello, it's great to have your company here on Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and it is Wednesday, is it not? I have to remind myself of these things. The last week has gone by in an absolute blur. If you were at Festive of Quilts, you will know why. And if not, I will see you next year. Now, we're back with Crafter's Companion. We're going to start with a couple of really, really useful, I would say essential tools. Grab these. We've got them bundled together. You can get them separately on the website, but bundled together, amazing value. You've got precision tweezers. I can't tell you the number of times I need tweezers when I'm sewing, whether it's to guide small pieces through my sewing machine, whether it's to pull out the corners on something I'm making, to push out something, let's say on a little toy, a Tilda doll, something like that, to hold an applique in place while I stitch it down, or when I'm die cutting. You've got 4 different precision tweezers. I'm going to ask Becky why I need 4 in a second, but I think I know. You're also getting 2 pokey tools, and I love saying it, I love using it. I love poking, I don't really. Pokey tools! I love a pokey tool! Don't know where that voice came from. I think my soul just left my body. Pokey tool! I've only got 3 tweezers here. Where's my other tweezers? You're getting your pokey tools for free. What more can I say? Pokey tools for everyone. There we go. £6.68. I'm sorry, £6.68. My God, this is amazing. This is amazing. So look, these ones I use all the time. These are the ones I use so often because I can get those right under or next to my needle when I'm sewing to hold 2 edges. Have you ever had it where you're sewing 2 bits of fabric together, and as you get towards the bottom, the two pieces of fabric do what we call fishtail. And instead of holding together nicely, they open out, they fishtail. And that's when you go in with your tweezers and you pull them back in line and you get them through the, obviously you can't sew through these, but you pull these back in line and finish off your sewing. Or if you're holding maybe like a trim, something like you're sewing rickrack along the edge of a project, you can hold it as you're sewing, hold it and sew. Cording, zigzagging over cord, hold it, move it along as you go. You've got 4 different kinds of tweed. Oh, look at these. Now my dermatologist uses ones like this. Don't ask why. Don't ask why. That's a little bit like you'd serve cake with, isn't it? But a tiny slice.
Oh, no one wants to slice a cake that small.
Yeah, well, actually, these are full size. I'm just really, really big.
It's like Gulliver's Travels.
It is, it is. And then look, your pokey tools. Why do I need pokey tools? These are like a stiletto almost.
They are. They are quite pokey, as pokey tools go. They are really useful for all sorts of things. I use mine if I'm going to be putting like a gem embellishment on something. I will use these for dotting a little bit of glue, and then I will use them for picking those up. I use them for if I just need to. Sometimes you just need to lift a little tiny bit of stitching up in order to get your slips inside. These are really good for that because they're thicker than a pin, they're sturdier than a pin. I use them for all sorts of things, but particularly they come into their own if you've used our cut and stitch dies, which you've got, we've had flowers and butterflies and that sort of thing. Poking out all those little perforations, these are absolutely ideal. Really
they
useful.
are really useful in die cutting, aren't they? But just, and I mentioned a stiletto, and stilettos are used a lot in sewing, particularly where you're holding or guiding fabric through a sewing machine. So in much the same way as I might use tweezers where you want to hold layers together, you can use these pokey tools also just to precisely position and hold fabric as it's going through your machine. You're going wild for this bundle. You're getting the set of 4 precision tweezers and 2 pokey tools for $6.68. Over half the stock's gone. I think my advice would be get yourself a set. Get a set for your friend who you know isn't watching today, because I guarantee as soon as they see yours, they'll want a set. Morning, Stuart. They also help with threading needles. Tracy and Gould, the tweezers for placing through. I love that. Such a good idea. Thanks, Tracy. Thanks, Tracy. Great, I love it. Grab your set. You get 4 precision tweezers, 2 pokey tools, $6.68. Oh my goodness, I've got fewer than 20 bundles left. Fewer than 20 bundles left. This is absolutely going to sell out in next to no time. Am I right that there's a little a cover on the end?
There is, yes, which disappears very quickly when they're in my my bag.
Because you lose them.
Because I lose them, But there is a little rubber cover just to protect them and protect yourselves.
Our sewers, Becky, I know, our viewers would make a little roll, a little fabric roll with little pockets to store all of these that you can roll up and tie off. That'd be job number 1, wouldn't it?
That would be a really good idea.
More of you want this than we've got. I'm sorry about that. You will need to be quick. You will need to be quick. You will need to be quick. Now, those are going to go. I've got some gorgeous kits. Still thinking about Christmas here. This is Violet Studio. I've got 3 kits. Got the advent calendar to start with. Now, first of all, let's look at the price, $19.99. Hannah, not today, please. Not today. Oof, $13.99. That's a £6 saving. What do we get inside? Let's have a look and see. So, do I need a die cutting machine? Do I need...
No, not at all. Everything is contained in there, apart from some thread. That's the only thing you're going to need. So you can stitch it by hand if you wanted to, but we'd say stitch it with a sewing machine. A nice quick make, not like the advent calendar that I made or didn't make for my children. Many years ago. Maybe for my grandchildren that'd be the time that I make it. So yeah, you've got a pre-printed panel on there with all of the bits and pieces that you need.
Got that. So look, thinking about value, this is incredible. $19.99 would have been amazing value, but we're selling $13.99. So you've got your backdrop. Okay, so if I position actually the picture here so you can see. So first up, we've got that backdrop. Merry Christmas, this is the background. Then I've got, is this my backing fabric?
Yeah, that's your backing fabric.
That's my backing. That's amazing. Then I've got felt. Is that to go inside?
Yep.
So it's padded.
Yep.
All for $13.99, right? Then we've got all of the pockets that you're going to cut out and hem and sew onto the front. Easy job, that. Then you've got your tabs that go along the top. But look, you've even got, I can't believe this, the wooden pole, the tassels, and the butcher's string. I would have paid $13.99 just for a panel. You're also getting your wooden pole, you're getting your string, your tassels, you're getting wadding. I wouldn't have expected backing fabric either.
No.
That's
really good value,
absolutely
isn't it?
Brilliant. That's brilliant. And it's my absolute favourite Christmas theme. It's the Nutcracker.
Yep. What's your favourite character?
King Rat.
Oh, King Rat. Okay.
King Rat.
Yeah.
Love King Rat. I love a bad boy.
Yeah.
What can I say? I married a bad boy. I didn't. No, I love King Rat. But for me, every year, Christmas begins when I go to see the Nutcracker.
Yeah.
For many, many years, I went to see it at Birmingham Royal Ballet at the Hippodrome. I went every single year. And as soon as I hear the music, I'm just transported, and it's Christmas. And I just love the story. It's beautiful. I've got a huge collection of Nutcrackers. Actually, that was a gift I got while at a Festival of Quilts. A lovely lady called Celia had bought me a Nutcracker home from America.
Wow.
She thought of me that, which was so kind. But yeah, beautiful. You've got Clara, who dreams of being a ballerina. You've got the Nutcracker. You've got the Sugar Plum Fairy. There's King Rat. And of course, the soldiers, the tin soldiers as well. It's very cultured, very cultured.
Did you see on a Truck Fest last week? It was Truck Fest as a festival, and they had an orchestra playing the Sugar Plum Fairy, and all the people in the ground were pretending to be ballerinas, just turning like this. Makes a great video.
I love that. I'll look it up. It's great. Loads of you taking advantage of this price. Should be $19.99, but hello, I don't think $19.99 even comes close to what you would pay if you bought the individual elements. Remember, you're getting your hanging dowel from across the top. You're getting the 2 tassels, the butcher's string that you hang it with. You're getting your felt. This is to create your wadded layer, your padded layer. That is amazing that you get that included. And then you get a panel which is very cleverly printed as a background, a backing, all of your pockets and your tabs all printed. Now if you wanted to, you could swap out the backing fabric. You could put something like calico or a fabric that you don't even like, because you're never going to see it on the back, and then use this fabric to create maybe 4 little mini Christmas stockings to hang off the bottom of the panel. You could do all sorts. Make a gift bag.
Lots of
give
options,
the whole thing
aren't
as a
there?
gift. Couldn't you? I mean, it's just amazing. That actually was our director Bruce's idea, to swap out the backing for calico to make even more use out of the panel. Yeah, it's great. It's fab. And these pockets, these are easy to do, aren't they? I've made loads of advent calendars. This is an easy.
This is easy, and this is the thing that, to make it with kids.
Yeah.
Again, this is absolutely ideal to be able to. You can just do a little bit at a time, so it's not too onerous for them. But yeah, very, very simple and easy to do.
That's true. And actually, if you don't want to sew all these pockets on, you can press these, and you could use a textile glue, and you could glue them on.
Yeah. Yeah, there's lots and lots of options.
Yeah.
It makes it easier. I think it makes it more accessible for people, because sometimes people are a little bit nervous, aren't they, about first starting to sew.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you've got other people that sew all the time, and it's as easy as, drinking a cup of tea. But for other people, you might think,
Now
actually, I've never made anything like this. I don't know whether I'll be able to do it. Absolutely, anyone can make this.
Yeah, of course you could. Of course you could. It's a great project. Everything. Reel of thread. That's all you need to add. A reel of thread, and the whole thing is complete. $13.99. You could add a bit of Christmas joy to that. You could add some sparkle, glitter, puffy paint. You could add... I'm obsessed with puffy paint. What can I say? I love it.
Do you?
I do. I love it.
Because we had puffy paint.
Did you?
And I think it sold out within about 3 minutes.
Exactly.
Because everyone loves a bit of puffy paint.
I'm not the only one.
Yeah.
It's just producer Hannah that doesn't understand what puffy paint's all about. It's gorgeous. But glitter, pom-poms, sequins, beads, buttons. You can embellish this kit with all sorts. But everything you need, apart from a reel of thread, is included in the box. Very giftable, beautifully packaged. $13.99. Absolutely storming value, that. We all agree, we all love it. You're loving it too. All right, let's do another kit from Violet Studio. This is the Christmas stocking.
Yes. Lovely, isn't it?
This is the Christmas stocking, and this is so cute. It is the Nutcracker. Makes one embroidered stocking. Let's see what we get. Oh, now straight away I'm happy because there's pom-pom trim. And
is that your favourite?
Oh, out of any kind of trim you could possibly put in front of me, pom-pom trim is the one.
Oh, okay.
I do think the world would be a better place if everything had a bit of pom-pom trim on it. Now, here's the good news. The stocking is actually pre-made. It's a pre-made stocking, okay? You want to give this a little tweak and a little press. Yeah, just push out those edges, give it a little press. So your base stocking is already pieced together. It's all about the embroidery. So what you're going to do is you're going to add your pom-pom trim around the top. And then you've got full instructions. You've got embroideries here. Now, do we have to trace, or is this transfer paper? Is this iron-on?
Yep,
oh,
iron-on.
amazing,
Yep,
amazing.
Nice and easy again.
Oh, that's really cool. So you just iron from the back, don't you?
Yeah, you do. Just cut them out and place them in how you want your design to be. So you can make it as overly embroidered as possible, or just something that's very sort of very elegant with just a couple of little pieces of embroidery.
Like Olivia. You don't have to do Olivia. That would be very specific if you could only make this for an Olivia. But you've got little stars, you've got flowers, you've got holly leaves and berries, you've got loads of different characters from the Nutcracker. Look, there they all are. You've got the Nutcrackers and the Tin Soldiers, Sugar Plum Fairy, Clara and King Rat. You've got musical instruments, you've got fir trees, a Christmas tree, and all of these are transfer. And actually you can reuse these, can't you? Just the lightest of touch when you iron them, and then you can use them repeatedly onto the surface. And then look, you've got beautiful embroidery threads there. You've even got a needle and a sorter as well, so you can sort your colours. And the price, you won't believe, $6.99. Now that's incredible. All those iron-on embroidery sheets, the ready-made stocking to embellish, all of those threads, including metallic. You've got gold metallic there. Your needle, your sorter and your pom-pom trim. Full instructions for $6.99. How do you do it?
I don't know, because you would expect actually all those little bits and pieces and to have to make up the stocking yourself, wouldn't you?
Yes, absolutely.
And that is a sturdy stocking. You'll be able to fit lots of heavy things in there.
It's really nice.
And it's calico.
Yeah, and it's got like a sort of almost fleecy inner to it. It's really nice. And just very, very simple and easy. It's all about the embellishments. And to sew this, you're just going to, basically put your hand inside the stocking and to sew, to embroider. So this is not going to be difficult at all. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love the fact that you get all these different motifs. I thought it was the alphabet and a few, which would have been fine, one sheet. I was thinking it was that one sheet, but actually look, you've got all of these extras. So actually, if you wanted to, you could create some other little embroideries with these, couldn't you?
Absolutely, you could.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Okay, so that's our stocking from Violet Studio. And then the last thing that we've got from Violet Studio are the embroidery, is the embroidery kit. Now, this, would you believe, it's £9.99. It's not £9.99. It's £6.99, and you get four embroideries in here. I'm going to open it up so you can see what you're getting. Look at this. Absolutely incredible. You're getting 4 mini embroidery hoops. You're getting your gold metallic twine to hang them with. You're getting your 4 different pieces of fabric to do your embroideries on. You're getting all of your embroidery floss as well. You're getting all of your embroidery designs, again, iron-on transfers. We just need to add a needle.
Yeah.
You just need to add a needle, just an embroidery needle, and away you go. That's absolutely fantastic for £6.99. Loads of you jumping in for this. Now, whether you buy this to make for Christmas, or whether you're buying it as a Christmas present to somebody, maybe you're thinking, maybe you're having the grandchildren to stay and they're coming, a few days before Christmas, and you need to keep them occupied. It's a very exciting time.
Well, stop them from looking around for presents.
Well, it certainly will.
I'm of the same opinion. If I go to my mum's house and it's near Christmas, I can't stop having a little look.
Well, of course you do.
Just to see what I'm going to be getting.
Yeah, exactly.
So imagine if I had something like this to keep me occupied, I would, that's probably a good idea. My mum would want me to do something like that.
Exactly. And look, you just hoop it. These are fully functioning embroidery hoops. So you're actually going to obviously transfer the markings first, then hoop your design, work the design in simple embroidery, and you've got full instructions for how to work the embroidery. Oh, they're gorgeously detailed as well. Full stitch guide. And then once that's all done, do you pull yours in and stitch? I don't trim around. You can.
I pull mine in and stitch, and then I put a piece of felt on the back.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, just to finish it off.
Yeah, we've got the packs actually of Crafters felt on the website, and that would make a lovely neat job. If you really don't want to and you haven't got time, you could always just trim your fabric away, and that would work as well. Just don't ever take it out the hoop. Otherwise you'll never get it back in. But absolutely gorgeous. And then a little hanging loop, even got the string for that. Absolutely flying out. If you want these, lots of you multi-buying as well. I mean, it's £6.99. Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Right, let me pop that. Is it time for me to move across? I'm coming over.
Okay.
I'm coming over.
I thought I'd start by having, making a little bit of this,
bit of pocket.
These pockets.
Bit of pocket action.
So I've already cut the main panel out, and then I've just cut a couple of these to show you how it's going to go.
Half the stock of this advent panel has gone. Well, it's not just a panel, is it? It's a whole kit.
Yeah.
Should be £19.99. You're getting everything to make the front, the back, the wadding, the pole, the tassels, the string, the pockets, the lot.
Yep, the whole shebang.
£13.99.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, there we go.
So we're just going to fold around here. So we're just folding back to create a nice edge. And we're going to do the same with all the other sides, but we're going to stitch across the top here. And then we're just going to fold these in and then stitch them on. And it's just a question of doing this with all of your little squares to finish them little off. And actually, wouldn't it be lovely at the very end, on your 24th day, that inside
Diamond
is...
ring.
I was going to say tickets to the Nutcracker.
Oh, lovely.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Collector in Merseyside's got in touch to say the little hoop kit is fab. I bought it for my daughter to make Christmas gifts for her friends.
That's a great
That's
idea.
a lovely idea. Lovely idea. You see, if you didn't have a sewing machine, you could fold the top edge over. You could do a little hand running stitch, decorative, use cotton pearly, and then you could glue the other sides down onto the panel, couldn't you, with textile glue?
Yeah, or a bit of sort of Bondaweb or something similar like that. Yeah, absolutely. Just makes it lots. I think that's the thing. It makes it easy. It makes it achievable if you haven't got a sewing machine, and any sewing machine will be okay for this. You don't have to have a all singing all dancing one. No. And we tend to use the same stitches again and again.
We do.
On our sewing machines anyway, don't we?
So do you just sew across? You sew across the top of the pocket on the machine.
Yeah, and then I'll just sew the edges. So it's just a question of working out roughly where everything's going to be. So I'm going to do it by eye, so I can see from the little guide that we've got here where everything's going to be. So number 3 is going to be in the middle. So we'll just work out where everything is. But yeah, I'll just stitch across here, across that top.
Now, personally, Becky, I like an advent calendar that creates a bit of intrigue and mystery each morning. I like the challenge when I've literally just opened my eyes of trying to find the right number. So I would put my pockets in a different order.
Would you?
Personally.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I quite like that idea.
I'm that kind of trickster.
Yeah, and I think actually it's quite nice for the kids because, especially if they're very young and they don't know their numbers, it's quite a good way of them working out where all the numbers are, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm with you on that. I get that.
You're still
completely.
attached there.
Thanks, Mum. I'll stitch this one as well.
Thanks, Mum. In the words of the great Jennifer Lopez, I ain't your mama. Yeah, what is it? You can't talk to me like that. You ain't my mother.
Yes, I am. Actually, I did that with Craig. We did a little skit about that.
Oh, did you?
We did. Yeah, it was quite funny.
With Craig Laird.
Yeah. It was.
Love it.
So I need a couple of pins.
Yes.
Just put that all together. Let's have a look what I've got down here. Never find the pins that I'm looking for. I think they fall to the bottom of your bag, don't they?
They do. What you need is one of those slap bracelets.
Yes, I should get one of those. That would be quite good.
I guess you could always draw a chalk line, couldn't you, on the background?
To be honest, if I was doing this at home, I would have I would get all my pieces together, cut out first of all, and then I would stitch them all on so they're all in place. But just for ease of today, I'm just going to stitch this one on here so you can see how it goes. But I'm with you on the idea of just sort of scattering the numbers all over the place. I think I might have to do that. It's quite a good idea. Yeah. Maybe this is the advent calendar I can make for my children.
Go for it.
I mean, they're too old.
Yeah, finish it. But they're not too old because I still have an advent and Charlie has an advent.
Well, do you know, I got quite upset because my mum would buy advent calendars for my children and not one for me. And I got quite upset about it.
I feel your pain.
I now get one, but it's never as nice as the children's ones.
There you go. Oh, Charlie has to have a £30 Lego whatever year.
Oh, I quite like those ones.
Oh, yeah.
I did buy myself one year one of those special ones from...
Did you?
Got all the toiletries in it.
Nice.
And that was really nice, but that was sort of my Christmas present.
Well, Charlie bought me a gourmet food one last year, which was delicious.
What did you have in it, though?
Oh, there was all sorts. There was jams, honey, there was little booze.
Oh, okay.
Teas, coffees, biscuits.
Oh, I like that idea.
Bottles of sauces.
There is one that has cheese in it, which I've seen. I love cheese. So that would be a good one for me, but a cheese one.
Well, the good thing about this advent calendar is that it's pockets, so you can put anything that will fit inside the pockets. So
you can make it into a cheese one, because those little round cheeses that you get covered
There you
in,
go.
they would go, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Well, if you know somebody who's diabetic
Yeah.
and can't have the sort of regular, chocolate or sweet ones, you can put your own thing. Some of these gourmet ones can be terribly expensive.
Yeah.
You could put a special tea bag in each pocket. What would you put in the tea bags?
Or in these?
In the pockets, rather.
Is it for me or is it for someone else?
Well, you tell me.
Well, my husband likes hot sauces.
Right.
So I'd get little tiny miniatures of hot sauces, maybe for
Lovely.
him.
Yeah.
But if it's for me and someone else is paying for it, diamonds, obviously.
Obviously.
I mean, maybe you do something with jewellery maker that you think, actually, I'll just
Yeah.
have a little bit of little gem in each
little
one.
gem, little bead,
Yeah,
or even like a
exactly.
little charm.
Yeah.
And
all
make a
sorts.
charm bracelet.
Oh, that's a great
You could
idea
have-
at the
yeah,
end.
yeah.
Oh, I love that idea. That's great.
Let me trim these little threads.
Thanks.
Oh, you've got your,
Okay.
your thread snippers. Very nice.
So you can see how that comes together
Yeah,
really
yeah,
quickly,
yeah.
and then you can fit anything you want in there.
Yeah, you
But you
can.
can see from the images, we've given you step-by-step instructions about how to put the whole thing together.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it really, really easy, really achievable. And with that kind of price, buying one for each of the grandchildren
Yeah.
or each of the children, easy to make, and with all the little bits and pieces, and fill it with whatever you need.
Yeah, love it. Ta-da, finished.
Yeah,
Finish yours now.
I should do, shouldn't I?
That's the challenge.
Yeah.
Before I see you next.
Oh, no, that's a bit of a pressure. I might be seeing you in 2 weeks' time.
Well, yeah, but this is an evening's work, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, that's true. But possibly the one that I started making 20 years ago isn't an evening's work. I know, it's bad, isn't it?
This one is definitely a weekend project.
Yeah.
$13.99. But just so that you know, there are fewer than 20 left. It's been
Wow.
really popular.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Amazing value. Amazing value. Everything you need, just add a reel of thread.
Great,
And you're done.
isn't it? Yep.
Right. Can we talk about, please,
Yeah.
the Gemini?
Yes, of course.
We saw it a bit earlier on.
Yep.
We saw it in action. But will you just, for anybody who is just joining us,
Yep.
can you recap? Because this is our star machine, isn't
Yeah,
it?
this is. So this is the new Gemini. This is the Gemini 2. So it has exactly the same amount of pressure as the Gemini that you know and love, but it's faster and it's quieter, and it's got some adjustments to it. So it's kind of like quite a sleek look to it. It has got at the bottom, it's got these feet that come with it automatically. These are easy glide feet, so it means you can just push it back and forth along the unit. But actually this one comes with a turntable. This turntable you can only use on this particular machine, and that's because the holes have already been drilled into the machine. So you can't buy this and then think, I can put that onto my original Gemini. You can't do that. But this allows everything to move very, very smoothly. So if, like me and like most people, when you're crafting, space is at a premium. We all work on a very small piece that's tidy and everything else is messy all the way around. I have my Gemini quite close to my wall, which means I have to sort of pull it out each time I use it. Obviously with the turntable you don't have to worry about that. You also have these little pieces that drop down. They have got storage in there, so you can put all your bits and pieces in there, like your scissors, like your pokey tool, your tweezers, all those bits and pieces in there. And it has one at the back as well, which is an advancement on the old machine, because it didn't have that, and it meant that you had to make sure you caught the plates as they came out, otherwise they'd fall on the floor.
This supports them
Yeah,
both
this supports them,
sides.
yeah. So that is one of the things that we have on there. What we also do in here is we've got 3 USB ports in here, which I thought we don't need 3, but actually when I think about it, I can charge my phone, I can charge my tablet, I could also plug in one of my lights if I want extra light in there, and you don't have to worry about all those cables.
That's a
and
really
when
good
you're
idea,
having
yeah.
your tablet, this is a media stand, so you can pop your tablet on here, you can pop your phone on here, so you can be watching a show, you can be watching something on YouTube, and you'll be able to craft along.
That's
at the same
absolutely
sort of
brilliant.
time.
And you've also got little space in there to store things as well.
Yeah.
It's absolutely
Really,
brilliantly
really
thought
handy.
out, isn't
Yeah.
it?
And then you've got your normal buttons. You've got your on-off button. I hold it like that. You can see on-off button. You've got your pause and play button, and then you've got your reverse button. So if you wanted to put something through on your machine, and perhaps it's only at the very top of the machine, you just want it to go through twice, you can pause it and then reverse it back out.
Okay.
The machine is intelligent, so it will know if you put something in there that's too big, for it too thick, it will just spit it back out. Now it's got an optical sensor that runs through the whole throat of the machine, so it means at any point when you're popping your piece of paper and your plates through, it's going to identify where they are. Whereas before, if you used your Gemini Junior plates on here, you had to put them round so they were going across the whole throat of the machine. You can now put them at this angle. Now it does work with an optical zoom, and that's why our plates are white. So the white plates will work on your original machine. You can use your old plates on the new machine, but you're obviously going to be getting new plates anyway, and you just need to put a piece of paper in between, so it works out where that optical zoom is.
Is that top and bottom?
Just at the top.
Just on the top.
Yeah.
And that white paper doesn't get cut, so you reuse the same piece of paper.
Yeah, so
it's just something white.
Just something white,
so
that
the machine
optical
can
sensor
see it.
can see it. Yeah, that's absolutely
Understood.
right. But it's
Absolute
safe. You know, I'm putting my hand through here. I'm putting my hand almost all my fingers through. It's not going to start engaging, and it's very, very quick to cut everything. And you'll notice much quieter. So if you're doing secret midnight crafting,
which I often do.
Yeah, do you? No one will know.
Yeah. No, to be honest, I'm in bed by 9 o'clock, but early morning,
Yep.
I'm absolutely there.
Me too. Yeah, 5 o'clock. I like to be up, do a bit of crafting.
Exactly. Oh yeah, I love getting up at 5 o'clock. Whoa. Until a couple of years ago, Becky, I didn't realise there were 2 5 o'clocks each day.
Really?
But I know it now. Oh yes.
Well, I used to love getting up really early to do a little bit of a few bits and pieces, but now I fight everybody because my son gets up at 5:30, my husband gets up at 5, so I'm like, now if I want an hour to myself, I'd have to get up at 4. No one's going to do that.
Yeah, that's not as much fun as 5.
No, definitely not.
No way. We will see this in action with the other templates in a sec, but I just want to mention low tack tape.
Yep.
Now, this is brilliant if you're die cutting. Where do you use this?
For securing your dies onto either your paper, your card, or your fabric, it just means that when they go through the machine, they're not going to shift. The last thing you want to do, and I've done it myself, I've been lazy and thought I don't need to take that down, and as it's gone through the machine, the dies have slipped and they've crossed over each other, and I've ruined 2 dies. So you don't want to do that.
No.
This is it's low tack tape, so as it goes through the machine, even with that pressure, it's not going to stop it. You're still being able to peel it away. Now you can try it at home with some normal parcel tape and put that through the machine, and you will see it is nigh on impossible to get it off anything, because without damaging the card or pulling off all that fluff from your fabric, because the pressure of the machine really is compacting against that. So this is the low tack tape that you would need.
Brilliant. And you get 12 reels. Each reel is actually on a dispenser. I'm just thinking I've only got 3. Or is there one in the bottom? No, there's only 3.
I think
so there should be 4 packs.
Yeah, there should be 4 packs.
Oh, okay. That's right. I've only got 3 in front of me. That was why. So you get 4 packs, 3 in each. So that's 12 dispensers, 12 reels of tape. And actually, quilters, sewers, you can use this to mark quilting lines because it's low tack. You can lay it down on your quilt, run the edge of your foot up against the tape, and mark your quilting lines that way, then peel the tape off, reposition the tape, and then carry on quilting. So it's really useful. You can also put it on your rulers. If you're, say, making multiple 3 1/4 inch cuts on your machine, you can lay this tape on your ruler at the 3 1/4 inch, and then each time you line up your fabric, you're just lining it up with that mark. You don't have to constantly look for those measurements.
It's a good idea. Yeah,
you can really speed up the process. Wonderful. So we've got that. I'm just going to go back across to the other desk for now, Becky.
Okay.
I will be
Have
back. Thank you. Now, super popular this morning have been these gorgeous little Christmas pocket dies. They're absolutely super cute. I've fallen in love with these. Let me show you these. They're so cute. There's 4 different dies, or 4 different sets, I should say. You've got the Christmas tree, the penguin, the snowman, and the gingerbread man. And this bundle is all 4 sets, and you make a saving of £10. Now, each one, so for example, the Christmas tree has 11 different shapes in it. And there are the shapes. So you've got the outline, you've got the tree, the pot, you've got the trunk, some different sizes of circle for the little baubles, and the star for the top of the tree. Then over here, you've got, well, on the Christmas tree itself, this would be the star shape for the window, and there's some vinyl there. The outer actually is a little bonus. You could create a lovely flower out of that with a little circle centre. I mean, it's super useful. Yeah, you could do applique flowers. You absolutely could. It'd be gorgeous. So that's the Christmas tree. Then the snowman. This is really cute too, look. So on the snowman, you get the outline of the body, or the outline of the whole thing. Then you get the outline of the actual snowman himself. You get the top hat, the scarf, the band on the top of the hat. You've got the top hat and the nose, and then the snowman has like a circular tummy. So this smaller shape is for the window.
Yep.
And then the larger shape is for the actual vinyl. So you've got a little seam allowance. And actually now I've just worked out what the larger this is. So this would be for the vinyl, this is for the window.
Yep. The
pen is dropped. But now I can just think of it as a flower. Anyway, gingerbread man, all this value for £29.96. You're getting all 4 of these. Here's the gingerbread man. So you get the outline, you get the gingerbread man, the 2 little cheeks, you get the rick-rack. Look at this. That's the rick-rack. And of course you could also use the cheeks to create little gumdrop buttons.
Yep.
And then you get the heart for the tummy and the outer heart to cut the vinyl with. I mean, that's optional. You can see here that you can make a very beautiful gingerbread man without the cutout tummy. Or of course you could cut out that tummy shape in, say, red or pink or something like polka dots, a checkered board fabric. And then all of this could be done in fabric appliques, of course. It's shown here in card, but this would be beautiful done as fusible applique or felt. And then last of all, you've got the penguin. The little penguin. And so you've got outer penguin, the inner body, the beak, the feet, and the tummy. And then you can just add extra little details like the eyes. On fabric, I would just use either a French knot, or you could use something like a Sanntangle permanent marker pen. You could put little beads. Easy peasy. You could also use like a little bit of pink blush just to do little rosy cheeks.
Oh, you could do that. That'd be quite nice.
I
Just
like
with just with your finger.
Yeah, or a little like cotton bud, something like that, a little Q-tip. But ever so cute. And the finished projects themselves, I'll show you on the gingerbread man, they're sewn together, or you can glue them together. You don't have to sew. And certainly things like this rick-rack, I would glue, and it has been glued. There's no point trying to sew that. Although if you really wanted to sew it, you could hand sew, and you could use either a white or a contrasting thread and actually sew over the top of that rick-rack in 4 or 5 places. And then in the back, all Becky's done is to cut a little slit in the back of the felt, which allows access then inside the gingerbread man. You can pop a little treat inside, and there it is peeping through the window. I think these are super cute. Absolutely gorgeous. Hanging on a tree, or as an embellishment on a stocking, or gift bag, cracker, napkin ring, clothing even. What about appliquing a row of these across the chest on a sweatshirt or a sweater? Great fun.
Quite nice.
Oh, look at this
little
bag
that we've got here.
That is fab.
Looks really cool, doesn't it?
Yeah, love that.
Yeah,
really nice.
Your Christmas bag to bring all your swag in at Christmas.
Love that. I love that. So that's the bundle of 4 if you want to go for those. Now don't forget, if you want to, you can get them in pairs as well. Now, I don't need to go through that now, do I? Just enough to say, if you want them in pairs, you can get them in pairs as well. Have a look on the website. Now, got another little bundle. This is the cut and stitch bundle. You're getting 4 sets of dies. Now with the cut and stitch, if I just open this up for a second and I'll show you what's inside. these dies are to use, I think, perhaps more specifically with things like felt, or you can use them with card or paper. And what happens is when you're cutting them out, you actually cut out, can you see these little dots? And these, all around here, these are actually your stitching holes. So you cut it out and then you have these little holes to stitch it together. And if I show you on the package, you can see it's almost like the Lisa Lamb saddle stitch bags. All the holes are punched, so you just sew them together. So in this set, you've got the reindeer, you've got Santa Claus, you've got the snowman, and this bonus one, you're getting holly leaves and berries and Christmas lights as well. I just think those are gorgeous. Now you get all 4 dies, or 4 die sets. You're also getting this bundle of Threaders Festive Felt. Now in this bundle you're getting 14 sheets and you're getting like a nice soft pink, a white, you get a couple of shades of red, dark and a light, you get carrot orange, you get a few different shades of green, Jolly Holly Christmas, you get a golden yellow, you get some different shades of brown, so reindeers, or they might be the gingerbread man, chestnuts, roasting on an open fire.
What's your favourite Christmas carol?
My favourite Christmas carol? Oh, I think I have to follow my mum on this.
Right.
And it's Silent Night. I just think it's beautiful, it's very gentle, traditional. I do think sung in English rather than, I think originally it's German, isn't it? Well, I think the original was written in German, but love that. What about you?
Well, I went to a school called St David's, and so we always sang Once in Royal David City, which is really beautiful. But it's one of those, I think a lot of those songs, they sound beautiful if someone else is singing them, but if I sing them, they sound horrendous.
I do know what you mean these days.
There's quite a lot of high notes in those songs, aren't there?
Yes, well, I was in the choir at school, and we always did the descant.
Oh yes,
which is very, very high. Yes. Yes.
I still sing a couple of Christmas carols. I can only sing with a descant.
Okay.
Because I've just got so used to at school. That's what you would sing.
I think we probably need to hear those at some point.
No, you definitely
Nearer
don't.
to Christmas, maybe, on the Christmas night out. A message. Hi, everyone. Hooray. I've ordered my festive treat dies. Thanks, Stuart, for the ideas. Can't wait to get cracking. Love, Jen, who's in Staffordshire. Love that. Because, you know, it's never too early to start your Christmas crafting.
No.
These can all be made and sold, things like, you know, school fairs, Christmas fetes, great little fundraisers. Can we see some demoed, please?
Yeah. Well, I thought I might demo the snowman with these cut and stitch dies, so you can actually see what I would use that that pokey tool for. So I'm going to be using this one here. So I'll open that up. So I've already pre-cut some of my bits and pieces, but I need a few more. So what I need is I'm going to cut the outer piece, and I'm also going to cut his face. So all the things in white. So we've got here, this is the piece with his little face. You can see you've got a little smile here. And then this shows you the outer part of the little snowman. Now I have been a bit remiss, and I've left a few pieces of felt in here. Now I'm going to make sure I get rid of those. If you try and cut your dies without cleaning out, or cut with your dies without cleaning these out, you may find that they don't cut properly. And because you're using those perforations, you really do want to make sure that you cut these properly. Now when I do this, because I want to make sure that I don't cut them out and have to, you know, fiddle around because they're not quite right, I run them through my machine twice. It's up to you if you want to do that. I just feel that it's make sure that everything's going to cut out correctly.
On the Gemini 2, does that mean literally passing back through again, or can we just use the reverse button?
You can do either. You can do either. It's entirely up to you. What you find is the best thing. So I'm going to cut that fabric in half. Now I'm going to cut 2 layers at a time. because that's what I normally do with felt.
Yeah.
Find my, well, there they are, there, my scissors.
Sorry, that's
No,
me.
that's all right. You were helping. Right, so we're going to cut this. So 2 layers of this felt. Now, if you're going to be using a different type of felt, this felt is specifically one that we developed with regards to these cut and stitch dies. It's quite robust. It's quite rigid. If you're using other felt, you may find that it needs to go through more times or less times. You just have to work out what you want to use it for. If you use very fluffy felt, it doesn't, because of those tiny perforations. I always find that this works better with a thicker felt, more robust felt. But you can see what you want to do yourselves. I found that I used so much white felt that I needed to use some of my own stash, and that was quite a soft felt.
Right.
So that needed to go through definitely twice.
Okay, fair
to
enough.
cut those perforations out.
Can you starch felt?
I've never tried it actually.
Could you put any kind of stiffening on
Yeah,
it?
I don't know. You could put, I don't see why not.
I'm
You'd
just
definitely
thinking
try it.
that crafters do a spray
We do.
stiffening, don't they? A stiffening solution.
We do. That might be worth giving it a try. Yeah, good idea. Now with these dies, because you've got 2 different dies, you've got that one with the perforations, you've got the outer one. This one's the other way round because we're doing the perforation
On the inside.
on the inside.
Gotcha.
To cut that, but you can see you've got actually a cutting edge here. But what I do is I place the dies, when I've got 2 dies like this that fit in together, I place them together first and then I tape them together before I put them on my fabric, just so you can get it all even.
Great tip, I like that.
All laid out properly. Bit more tape. There we go. So we've got our white plate, we've got our metal shim, we've got our frosted shim, and then we've got our white plate that goes over the top. So just open that out like that, and then we're going to offer that into the machine. And again, you can use these with, if you've already got an original Gemini, these work perfectly well. Now you can hear that noise. That crackling
yes.
noise, that is perfectly normal. It's just all those little layers, all those little pieces of the felt going through, and I'm going to run it through again, exactly the same way, and that's because I want all of those tiny perforations to really cut through. But you'll notice, you get a little bit of the banging. That's absolutely fine, nothing to worry about. But you will notice whenever you cut felt with a die, you will get a weird kind of electrical kind of sounding kind of noise.
Yep.
It is just the felt that's going through the machine.
I love the fact that the holes are punched so that we can just sit to the sew, and then actually children can get involved.
Yep.
And we don't need to, our sewing's always going to look neat and tidy and uniform.
That's it. That's absolutely right. Now you can see here, I've pulled that out. I've got some of the little pieces left in here. I would want to make sure in an ideal world, I poked all of these out with my pokey tool, and these little tiny bits and pieces before I put it away.
And I'm thinking as well, something like after school club, church craft club, things like that.
Yep. That is, it's absolutely the best thing to use.
Yeah.
And we're just going to, you can see that they're popping through really easily. But this is where this pokey tool really
I know this
comes
is me
into its
being a
own.
bit weird, but you could actually cut out loads of those and just give me the pokey tool and just to sit, honestly.
Are you the kind of person that likes popping?
Yes,
So when my parents, so obviously my parents were prop makers, we used to have lots of that bubble wrap at home for packaging up props. And I remember friends coming over and they were like, oh my God, your house is so cool, because we had all sorts of bits and pieces everywhere, there's paint and clay and all sorts of things. And bubble wrap, and that's what I used to give my friends. They used to get a metre of bubble wrap for Christmas. Other presents as well, but that was what everyone wanted.
I love that. Oh no, call it weird, but I could just sit doing this all day long. Love it. Oh no, it's lovely.
It's quite therapeutic.
It is
so
therapeutic.
You can see they come through quite quick and easy.
Yeah. Oh look, there's a little snowman face with a smile.
You definitely, the pokey tool is really, really handy. You can absolutely do it with a needle as well, or a pin. But the pokey tool is the best tool because
it's comfortable,
it's easy to hold. Yeah, absolutely, really, really handy. Right, so we've got.
And it makes snow.
It makes snow. It makes a right old mess. Right, now we want to place our little face down here, and we also want our little hat. So I've already cut the hat out, and you'll see that the hat just drops underneath. So you're not matching it up with these holes up here.
Okay.
Those holes are what you're going to match up the back with when you stitch it together.
Okay.
Now, I found the best way of doing the face was to stitch the face on its own. So stitching the little circles for the cheeks and this, just so you're going through one layer of felt. Otherwise it becomes quite tricky because you're going through so many different layers of felt. So we want to line that up there, and then we would place that over the top, and we'll stitch those together like that. And we're going to stitch around the outside. So very easy. She says looking for the piece of thread that she's already done. So I've used embroidery floss here, but I've used the full thickness of the embroidery thread.
Oh right, all six strands.
All 6 strands, because I think it looks better when you're going through here. So we're just going to do the face down here, like that. I'm going to stitch along here.
I've got a couple of packs of embroidery thread actually. Bundled together, you get the Essentials collection.
Oh yeah.
Which is, you've got a black, a white, a sort of tea dye, almost golden. You've got a silver grey, a vanilla, and then a warm brown. And then you've also got the, is this spring? So Lovely? No? Is there a name for this collection?
I think that's just so lovely.
Anyway, you get soft yellow, spring rose, sweet pink, blue lagoon, ocean ripple, and dusky peach. All of that for $13.98. No, $7.99. Oh, that is good value. It's a buy one get one free. I love a bog off.
Who doesn't?
I love a bog off. It even says so on the sheet. So you're just doing a back stitch. This is quick and easy.
Yeah, really quick and easy.
Oh, I'm thinking after school club.
Yeah. And this is where this bit is nice and simple to do for a child, because and you're only going through one layer. Once you start going through 2 or 3 layers of the felt, it becomes a little bit trickier. Still easy to do, just need to make sure you've got the right needle. Yeah. And we inevitably end up just scurrying around looking for an old needle, don't we, rather than a nice fresh new one.
And how do you finish the thread off, or
I'm just going to tuck it in, because it's all going to be secured because it's going to be secured onto another piece of the fabric here. Yeah, true. So it's quite easy.
So just stitch through the back.
Yeah, they're not going to be washed anyway, are they? No. They're going to be hung up on the tree for forevermore.
They are. Oh, these are definitely the kind of things that are going to get brought out year after year after year.
Now, my mum, ever since my children were born, she's made them a Christmas tree decoration.
Yeah.
And
every year?
Every single year.
Aww.
And sometimes they were, what my kids were into at that particular time, so they were really into ice skating at one point. So she's done ice skating ones, all sorts of different things. And I quite like that idea. And then she writes on the back, just on a piece of paper, and then tapes it to the back. But so they know each year what they've received, which I think is a really nice idea.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So once you're ready, you can start stitching it all together. Maybe a couple of little French knots for eyes here, and you just line everything up. You want to have an extra piece at the back. I would stitch this all together first of all, and then I would finally put those pieces together, and then I would stitch those 2 pieces together after I've cut the little slit at the back. So again, when you're doing the little slit at the back, I just fold it over in half.
Oh, so you can put a little sweetie inside these as well?
You could do that with this one.
Or you could put a little bit of stuffing?
Yeah, a little bit of stuffing if that's what you wanted to do. You could do that, absolutely. A stuffing actually would work really, really well. And if you want to hang them up onto the tree, you obviously put a little piece of ribbon in here and stitch them together. But you put them together like that, and then they're all finished. And you can see, they're quite easy to make these different sections, and nice and easy to pop together once you're ready.
Presumably as well, Becky, if you really didn't have time to sew these together, or you didn't want to, you could glue the elements together and then just use a black permanent fine pen and sort of sew between alternate, so it looked like a running stitch all the way around.
Yeah.
You could just do that, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
Loads of different things you could do with these. Adorable. Absolutely adorable.
Yeah, really, really cute little ideas to use on there.
Yeah, they're great. They're great. Embroidery threads are on screen at the moment. Now, just want to remind you, if you want to get the snowman cut and sew die, it comes in a bundle. You get the snowman, you get Santa Claus, you get a reindeer, red nose optional, and you also get another little bundle that's actually got 2 lots in. You've got holly leaves and berries and Christmas lights. And the Christmas lights, I think, might be my favourite thing.
I think they're my favourite. I do really like those. And also, you know, the little. So this is the holly.
Oh gosh, they're not small.
No, they're not. They're
Do
not.
you get both bits?
You get both bits.
Oh gosh, that's really good. I thought they were tiny.
No, you can see that. So you could just use this small piece here if you wanted to, or the larger ones. And I think they look really effective, really nice. And then a couple of little berries on the top. I think they're great. And I can see you get that and the lights in that one.
Now, can I just check these dies? These are multimedia dies.
They are multimedia dies.
Would they cut any fabric? Like, I mean, could you cut thin leather?
Yeah. Now,
might you struggle with the dots?
I think you might, but put them through a couple of times. Maybe put them through 3 times. Then, you know, give it a try. I don't know how they'd work with upholstery leather, but I do have a piece of upholstery leather here. Should we give it a try?
Should we give it a try?
Let me
We're already freestyling because, I mean, you know, I'll tell you why I asked. Because a few years ago I was judging on Kirsty's Handmade Christmas.
Oh yeah.
On Channel 4. And one of the really beautiful Christmas stockings had leather holly leaves and berries decorating, and it was so beautiful. And I just thought, when I saw that, I thought, gosh, you could make the most divine Christmas stocking with holly leaves and berries sort of cascading down one side. I mean, it would look amazing in felt, obviously, but I was just wondering if you could do it with leather.
Let's I was seeing if I had the holly with me, but I don't. If I cut that, let's see if that comes out.
It'd be really interesting.
Why not?
Let's
give it a try.
Let's give it a try. You'll want your plates.
I will, and I want to make sure that I've taken everything out. So just get rid of that little piece there.
No. Right. You won't want the metal shim, will you?
Yeah, I want the metal
shim.
Want the metal
shim.
Definitely want the metal shim.
And that?
So, but yeah, that as well. So basically, when you think about your dies, when you think of it like a pair of scissors, so you want metal against metal is what makes it sharp. So when we're cutting intricate dies, we want it against metal.
Good.
So that's why we are going to do that, and I'll use that clear one. Let's run it through twice, I think, because of those little perforations, but we'll see how that comes out. Oh, exciting. If it goes wrong, I blame you.
Well, I mean, you can experiment.
Yeah,
it's only because of those really, really fine...
Yep. That's it, those little perforations. That's where you might find it doesn't, you know, you might need to go through a couple more times. But let's try it. We're going to do 2.
Should we do it 3 or 2?
Let's do 2. So let's see how it comes up with 2. That's what I reckon.
I like the chutzpah.
Okay. So you can see at the back, I can see the little perforations are coming through. They seem to be all right. Should we give it a try?
Yeah, let's give it a try.
Let's
do it.
Okay. Look at that.
That's... Oh, it's only gone and done it.
They need poking through, but look at that. They've come through, no problem at all.
Just sit me in a corner with a pokey tool. Would be my advice.
That's great, isn't it? So you can see here, I'm just going to have to go through each one and then pull them off, but they're cut through. No problem at all. So you can do that with all of those, and we have other ones. You've got all these different shapes here. But if you happen to have purchased ones from before, we had some butterflies and that kind of thing. And now you know they're going to be able to cut through leather.
Good to know.
Yep.
I know you know. It'd be great.
Absolutely.
Perfect. I love it. I love it. Now then, just to recap, the star of the show, of course, is the Gemini 2. It's you. It's the machine, really. It's the Gemini 2.
Yeah, it is. And you're going to be getting your plates with it. So you're going to be getting extra plates in the bundle, but you get the plates with it. So the plates that come with it automatically are your 2 white plates. So these are your bread. These are the plates that go around the outside. These are your cutting plates. You're going to be getting this frosted shim here, which is like a frosted shim that we had before, but this one's going to last 10 times longer. Awesome. You're going to get, not looking like this, it'll look nice and smooth, but you're going to get that metal shim. You'll also get a magnetic shim, so all the dies will actually sit on here if you wanted to use that. They hold themselves together on this magnetic shim. We tend to use it as an extra layer in order, if you're cutting lots of very fine fabrics.
But you wouldn't use, you would use that with fabric.
If you're going to, very
organza.
fine fabric like organza, it's something I just need an extra layer. Generally speaking, no, you wouldn't. And then you've got your embossing sheet as well, again, which you don't use unless you're doing paper.
You showed us earlier on that we could emboss leather, which absolutely blew me away. So I think probably I would be using that.
But that's slightly different. So this is an embossing folder. The thing we used before was an embossing folder. This is an embossing mat, so slightly different. But all that information is in the booklet. We've got loads of videos online to show you how to use it step by step. And of course, you've got those 3 USB ports at the back of this machine, so you can charge your tablet, you can charge your phone, you can plug in your native lighting in order to see what's going on. You've got your media stand up here, so you can have Sewing Street on here whilst whilst you're crafting as well. And then you've also got all of these little storage compartments at the front and also at the back, as well as that rotating, a 360-degree rotating sort of item at the bottom, just to make it nice and easy for you. So it is definitely a really cool machine. It's faster, it's quieter, same amount of pressure as the original machine, because you cannot get a better pressure than that original one, but great for, if you're looking for a new machine, this is the one to go for.
Yeah, it's fabulous. Thank you. Becky, when are you on next?
A couple of weeks' time, I think at the end of the month.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Would that be the 29th of August?
Probably.
Who knows? Who knows?
Great.
That's very nice behind you.
Isn't it lovely? Another bit of Kaffe for 12 o'clock. For now, really. Becky, it's so lovely to see you. Thanks for this morning. It's been festive and fabulous. Don't forget to check out your baskets. We've got the gorgeous cut and stitch dies. We've just seen them in action. With this bundle of 4, you're actually also getting the festive felt bundle of 14 squares of really useful festive colours, plus your 4 sets of dies, the reindeer, Santa, snowman, tree lights and the holly and berries, with your felt included for $39.96. Fabulous. We also do a felt bundle if you want to get some felt, and we've got the festive and the rainbow together, 30 sheets of felt in total, and you're making an amazing saving here at £23.48. Should be over £30. You're paying £23.48 today. Absolutely perfect for die cutting and perfect for making really all of the projects you've seen this morning. Great. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's our final hour, and it's all about Kaffe Fassett quilt kits from Quilts by the Sea.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi there, it's good to have your company. You might have noticed in the last hour that this quilt suddenly materialised behind me. Isn't it fabulous? This is a brand new quilt design and quilt kit from Kaffe Fassett. It's from his brand new book, Quilts by the Sea. I can't wait to show you everything in this hour. Now this is called Dusky Ribbons. It's 203 centimetres square. Check this out, it's going to crash. It should be £260.99. It's crashing to £219.99. That's for a full kit. Now, within that kit, you get all your fabrics, but you do need to buy the book separately. You don't get a pattern inside your kit. So let me show you the kit first of all. Side graphic on screen will be for the Kaffe Fassett book. Now, the book that we're putting up on screen is for an unsigned copy. You get it for £24.99. There is a signed copy available on the website, but it's $29.99. You don't get the crash. Okay, right, let me grab out this fabric and show you. The optical effect on this quilt is extraordinary, isn't it? It's so beautifully done. Just going to open this up. And it's called Dusky Ribbons. It's got that beautiful combination of purples and greens. It's absolutely stunning. So I'm just going to get this opened up. And then we'll have a good look inside and see what fabrics. As I say, you do need to buy the pattern separately, and it's within Kaffe's new book, Quilts by the Sea. All right, there we go. So Quilts by the Sea is on screen, $24.99. That's a £5 saving. Just keep in mind it is an unsigned copy. You always take it along to a show and get him to sign it. So that's your centre square. Now, just to show you as well, just what lovely value you're getting, you can see on the actual quilt that this centre square, I don't know, it's probably an 8-inch square, something like that. I don't know exactly, but look, you get all of that beautiful fabric. So you can really fussy cut one element, and then you could make a gorgeous matching pillow to go with. Use that plus some scraps. I mean, there's plenty of fabric in all of these kits to make the design, you know, and a bit extra, which is always good to see. So lots of lovely fabrics in here. Now, this quilt is 80 inches square, so really good size if you want to hang it on a wall, throw it over a big sofa, topping a double bed as well. What I always find extraordinary about Kaffe Fassett Quilts is that when you look at the fabrics individually, you don't always see how you think, I don't remember seeing that one. I don't remember seeing that one. But then when you look at the quilt, you find the fabrics. It's quite amazing, really. So a gorgeous selection of purples, blues, greys, kind of grape colours, some pinks in there as well. Just beautiful. And then all pieced together. Now this is a rectangular unit. And I'm just going to grab out, I want to have a look at the pattern. So I'm just going to find Dusky Ribbons. Yeah, it's an amazing optical illusion, isn't it? Yeah, and it's just a couple of simple templates. So get yourself some template plastic if you're going for this. Or you could use freezer paper. There's the quilt in the book. Now don't forget, you do need to buy the book separately. You don't get the pattern within the fabric kit. The kit is a fabric pack, if you like. But remember that way, when you buy the book, you've got all the patterns for all of the different kits I'm going to show you. And you could substitute other fabrics in here as well. Fabulous. The quilt in the middle. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Lorna Doone. We'll do Lorna Doone next, yeah? Okay, super. So that's all very deep and moody and dusky. Lots of purples, lots of blues and greys. It's quite a deep, intense palette. But our most popular quilt kit today from Kaffe has been Lorna Doone, which is really not what I generally associate Kaffe quilts, which is soft, gentle, pretty, feminine. I'm going to just move across to the actual quilt now, and we'll just have a bit of a look. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So this, I mean, it's instantly recognisable as a Kaffe quilt because it's got his style, it's got his fabrics, of course, and what at first sight appear to be roses are actually cabbages. Love how he does that. But then you've lots of lovely florals through this diagonal sashing, and it's a combination of plain squares and quarter square triangles. So if you are going for this quilt kit, you might want to think actually about going for the creative grids, half square, quarter square, flying geese ruler. Yeah, love that ruler. Love that ruler. But it's simple really. You've got a framed square. So here you've got a fussy cut square. You've got simple rectangular sashing or a frame sewn around it. So here's a block. And this is obviously repeated throughout. And then you've got pieced sashing. Pieced sashing, you've got those cabbages again. And then occasionally, instead of a plain square, you've got quarter square triangles. And again, nice, easy piecing there. Now it should be over £200. You're paying £189.99 today for this. It's a diagonal setting. So just to explain that, if you were to tilt this quilt so it was on point, it would just be straight rows. And that's how you're going to piece it together. So you'll piece a little setting triangle with your block, setting strip, block, strips, and then a wide strip set, and you'll piece those together. It's really beginner or confident beginner level sewing. Not a difficult job, this. I'm just going to go to the pattern. And yeah, it really is as simple and straightforward as that. If I just show you on the pattern so that you can see. And you'll see here, you've got setting triangle to block, to sash, to block, to sash. And then here, you've just got your sashing row, which is squares and quarter square triangles sewn into rows. And you just do that diagonally. Once that's all together, you'll add your border around the outside and you're done. Beautiful book, this. This is Kaffe's latest. It's called Quilts by the Sea. And I love that it starts out with just loads of beautiful photography. What is it about the seaside that brings back the childiness? Possibly it's the sense of freedom from restrictive clothes and shoes, the healthy feeling of tanned and salty skin, and the joy of collecting seashells and building sandcastles. Love that. Mine, I always think of being at the seaside of having fish and chips and an ice cream, but it would be food-based, wouldn't it? It's me. Sorry, John Scott isn't really on holiday. He's actually under the desk. He's been sleeping under there for the last 3 days. John, quieten down, please. Trying to do a show here. But loads of inspiring photography. Love that. And then, look, there's dusky ribbons. How beautiful is that? Oh, love it. Absolutely gorgeous. Good old Kaffe, he never disappoints. Now, next up, this, oh my goodness me. I love, love, love a scrap quilt or a quilt that has a scrap look to it. Ignore that price. Ignore that price. Ignore that price. What price are we going? Come on. £249.99. Thank you. That is gorgeous. So I love a scrap or a scrap looking quilt. This is just wild. Absolutely out of sight. We had the kit before, but we didn't have the quilt, and you can't really appreciate how beautiful this quilt is until you're actually standing next to it or can see it sort of in the flesh. It's absolutely stunning. Now, just so that you know, with this, you are going to use the pattern from the book. So you need to buy the book, Quilts by the Sea. And the method you're going to use interfacing. Let me just grab out. Let me just grab out the fabrics and show you. This is a big old chunk of fabric. This is, oh, it is a lot. It is a lot. Over 30 different fabrics in here. Lovely. See, I love the pinks. Those pinks are gorgeous, aren't they? And again, this is bright, but it's quite light tones for Kaffe, isn't it? They're as close to pastel as Kaffe gets, but I suppose being inspired by the sea, by the seaside, the colours of shells, the colour of beach huts, maybe, is where these colours are coming from. The pebbles, the shells, all that softness. It's amazing, isn't it, really? Where Kaffe gets all his ideas from. Beautiful. Spots, Aboriginal dots. I mean, I've only just started here, look. There's loads more. Beautiful palette, isn't it? Really soft and gentle. And I think if you're a bit nervous about sort of using an eclectic mix of fabrics, then one of Kaffe's kits is actually really useful to use, because I think what it does is it leads you to use a very diverse range of fabrics that I think most of us would not put together. And I think that's Kaffe's genius, isn't it? This quilt is very special in the flesh. I saw it last week at Festival of Quilts. That's from Jane in Suffolk. It is absolutely extraordinary. Now, what I'm going to do is just lift up the bottom, because you need to see how big this quilt is. And it is really, really big. Look. I don't know if that sort of makes sense. Can you see just how big this quilt is? 90 inches in length, 71 inches wide. So ample size to go on a twin or a double or a queen. And actually we've got a Super King, and all I would do with this is I would have it going that away over the bed instead of that way, you know, kind of landscape. But beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Or possibly, if you've got a stash of Kaffe fabrics at home, what you could actually do is add an extra 2 rows. Because if you think of each of these as one block, this is a block here. I'll just show you. This rectangle here, that is one block. Okay. Quick as well. This is probably going to take an hour to piece this, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 hours to put together the top. Stripology would be useful. Put your border on. This is a quilt you could make in a weekend. But if you've got a stash of Kaffe fabrics at home, you might want to add 2 extra rows, and you could make it even bigger if you wanted to. Now, we've talked a lot about the quilt tops, but the back of the quilt should be as beautiful as the front. So we need some beautiful backings. And I've got 3 Kaffe Fassett extra wide backing fabrics to share with you. So I'm going to grab those and I'm going to share them with you next. Let's start with the floral. Now, this is extra wide. Measurement wise, 108 inches. Oh my goodness, I'm just going to hold this up so you can get a sense of the scale. Now, for a starter, if you've got a flamboyant dress sense, then I think that for a dress would be amazing, or a long line jacket, a duster coat, something like that would be amazing. But anyway, or a really full skirt. But isn't that beautiful? So you've got these massive blooms on top of a kind of slate grey and white background. Absolutely stunning. This would really work as a backing for any of Kaffe's quilts, wouldn't it? It's big, it's bold, it's beautiful. Yeah, you could do duvet covers, you could do a bolster cushion, you could do a big floor cushions with this. It'd be stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. You could also back these with Bondaweb, just cut a sort of circle or a piece out, fuse it on, and then cut. You don't have to be terribly precise, or you can be terribly precise, it's up to you. Use your Fiskars little scissors. Cut out the design. This is called broderie purse applique. So you would cut that out then, remove the paper backing, fuse this to a larger piece of fabric, and then either zigzag or satin stitch around the outer edge to finish it off. Now, doing that, you think about building up a beautiful circular or heart-shaped wreath on a cushion or a wall hanging using these blooms. 1/2 metre would be enough to do that. So for $14.99, you could do that. This is folded in half. Everyone who's checked out actually has checked out multiple units. And I'm going to show you just how wide it is. Hannah's on her way round just to hold one edge for me. Here she is, your crowning moment. This is the rice pudding eater. 2 a.m, beautiful. I want a tin of rice pudding now. Look at that. So this is 108 inches wide. You know I'm going to be stopping at the supermarket now for a can of rice pudding.
My favourite dessert is tin rice pudding and tin mandarins on the top.
Oh.
Drink the juice.
Yum, of course you do. Of course you do. See, it's not just sewing tips here. You get dietary tips as well. Don't listen to what we say about anything. Thanks, Hannah. That is a beautiful bit of fabric. This would also, you know, you wouldn't need this whole length, by the way, but you could make a really gorgeous scarf with this, couldn't you? Like an infinity scarf. You could probably get two. You could probably get two out of one piece of fabric, or a beautiful wrap, maybe with a beaded fringe around the edge. Yeah, headboard would be amazing. Or, you know, a big artist's canvas and cover it, staple around the back. You could embellish it with beads. So, for example, look here, in the centre of this flower, right here, I would get in there with beads, and I would also use embroidery floss or machine embroidery to stitch outwards from here, and you could stitch outwards from here. You could do all sorts with these. This would be such a fun fabric. Look at this bloom here. That would be amazing to embellish. And you could take a similar idea to the dusky ribbons, couldn't you, and feature that within a centre square, a sort of medallion or a frame, and then build up frames around it. Lorna Doone. Lorna Doone, yes. Yes, so where Kaffe's used cabbages, you could actually use these, I think these are poppies, aren't they? Oriental poppies. Peonies? Ah, peonies, okay, yeah, they are more peonies, aren't they? Beautiful. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is a Philip Jacobs design for Kaffe. Yeah. He does a lot of these very realistic florals, a lot of peonies. Beautiful, absolutely stunning bit of fabric that. Love it, love it. It's been very, very popular. Obviously, when customers buy multiple units, we can see that there's 50 people within their basket. What we can't see is how many units each person has. So although we might say, well, we've got 50 units left and we've got 50 customers, actually no one's buying 1 unit right now. Everyone's buying 2, 3, 4 plus units. So if everybody does that, then we don't have enough. Right, next extra wide fabric. This is the millefeuille, which means 1,000 flowers, yeah? Millefeuille means 1,000 flowers. Or does it mean 1,000 leaves? Millefeuille. Or actually, millefiore, not millefeuille. Millefeuille means 1,000 leaves. Millefiore means 1,000 flowers. That's actually Mrs. Mill's posh name. Her pedigree name is Millefiore. Yeah, it's a glasswork technique. That's where the fabric name comes from. It's all these little flowers. They're like little, almost like beads, aren't they? That are put inside paperweights often. And then the glass is poured over the top or moulded over the top of them. Very beautiful though. So you've got all these different pastel shades. So for example, if you've gone for the Lorna Doone quilt, this would be an ideal backing. If you've gone for this one right here, the Pastel Fiesta, again, the Pastel Millefiore would be perfect. Now I've also got this same design, but in greens. This would be rather nice on the back of little jars. And the backing fabrics as well, they're so silky and soft. They're 100% cotton, but they feel like silk. And they have a sort of very gentle sheen to them. Are they actually called a sateen? They're not, are they? I think it's a sateen finish. Yeah, it's a sateen finish. So I don't know if you can, I don't know if this is picking up, but can you see there's a little bit of a sheen, a little bit of a shine to this fabric. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Really beautiful. That would be amazing for a maxi dress, wouldn't it? Like tiered maxi dress. Less than 8 meters left anyway. So if you want to do that, you would need to be pretty quick. Right, I'm going to go across to the other counter and we're going to have a look at little jars. Don't follow me. I mean, do follow me, but I mean don't. Here I am. Hello. Right, we're going to look at little jars next. Now, I did show you this first thing this morning because I was so excited about this one. I think it's absolutely beautiful. Should be well over £200. You're paying £169.99 for this today. It's absolutely sensational quilt from Kaffe. Featuring these decorative jars, and for me they look a bit like perfume bottles or like scented oil bottles. They've got maybe like Egyptian or maybe, you know, the kind of things that you would get in an ancient Egyptian tomb. They'd probably be filled with some kind of unguent or scented oil or perfume or maybe even a makeup. But then Kaffe has created this beautiful sort of showcase for his prints. Love it, absolutely love it. Now you do need the book, so let me show you the book. It's Kaffe Fassett's Quilts by the Sea. And this is £24.99. Thank you, £24.99. We'll put that in the side graphic. Shady Parterre. That was my name in prison, actually. That's what everyone used to call me. Here he comes, Shady Parterre. Gorgeous. Right, let's have a look inside the box. You will need the book for the instructions, of course. Now, the instructions are to do turned edge applique. You could do needle turn, you could do starch and press, you could use freezer paper method. You can also, of course, do it as fusible applique and use Bondaweb as well. So it's entirely up to you. But actually, looking at these shapes, this would not be a difficult one to do with something like starch and press or needle turn. So do consider that. Now there's some real classics in here, some beautiful, this I think is a gorgeous palette. It's lovely and bright. I love the unifying backgrounds and base and that beautiful kind of arch above each bottle. This is the base on every jar. That's what it's standing on. This is the backdrop. So you've got kind of that as the backdrop, that as the base, and then you've got this beautiful fabric, and this is almost a sort of it's a kind of frame that goes around the top like that, and then you've got your vase there or your jar there. I think it's ever so clever. I mean, I as a designer look at what Kaffe does and I think, that's really cool. I should try something like that. I should, you know, we can all learn. Yeah, around the outside then of the quilt, if we just look back at the quilt for a second, you've then got, obviously you've got your sashing in between. So this divides up, and again, it's another tool to make you focus on the individual elements and the individual fabrics as well. It's a little bit like putting your special ornaments onto a special shelving unit where each one is separate and you can really get a sort of view of it. It's a great way of showing off the fabric. But then you've got that sash border, and then you've got border number 1 in this lilac sort of Venetian glass, and then you've got the final border around the outside, which is in this, which I think is like I want to say sea urchins fabric. And I guess in a way the binding is one extra border on the outside. Sometimes bindings are there to blend in, but this one is definitely an extra frame. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's like a display cabinet, or you know, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, an archive. Yeah, a very special collection, not only of little jars but fabrics as well. And that's the palette that we're working with. All these beautiful fabrics. They're all from, all these designs I've been showing you, they're all from Kaffe's brand new book, which is called Quilts by the Sea. You do need to buy the book separately to make any of these quilts. You don't get the patterns included with your fabric. The book is separate. If you want a signed copy, it's a different code. Have a look on the website and you'll find it. It's $29.99. If you're happy with an unsigned copy, save yourself a £5. Go for this one. It's $24.99. Smashing. Right, come with me. Let's look at fabrics. You might have the book. You might just be wanting to make your own thing. You might have been inspired by the new book. Now, this bundle, this is the ultimate fabric mega bundle from Kaffe. You're getting 12.5 meters, so 25 half-meter cuts. You're saving £25. So it's like getting £1 off every half metre. There are some absolute beauties in here. Let's have a look and see. Excuse me. You're paying £8.49 per half metre, £187.25. Now there are split pays available on this. If you want to go for the split pays, there's no interest. You're going to pay £62.41, the first of 3 split pays. Let me show you what you're getting. Whoa. Absolutely gorgeous. You should be paying £212 and 25p. Oh, loads of beautiful fabrics in this bundle. Oh, that's a lovely one. Liking that. Gorgeous. Oh yeah. Just gonna, yeah. There we go. Right. Oh, fab. This is a great design, isn't it? This is almost like camouflage but done cave style. Lovely. That's gorgeous. Okay, good. Right. Wow, beautiful. Look at that. Oh, there's a little bit more of that one. I'm just going to slide this one here. That's a beautiful print. Really like that. Really versatile. So remember, you're getting 25 half meters here. There's a lot of fabric. 12.5 meters of fabric in total. Some real cave classics. Plus, you know, representation of the 3 different designers within the Kaffe Fassett collective. So I don't know if you know, but Kaffe Fassett fabrics, Kaffe Fassett collective fabrics are designed by 3 people. You have Kaffe Fassett, of course. You have Kave's husband, Brandon Mabley, who is often featured in the books. And then also Philip Jacobs. And you can usually tell which is which if it is kind of botanical in style. These are typically Philip Jacobs. If they're abstract, very abstract in style, these are Brandon Mabley. And then, excuse me, I don't know how to kind of the other ones. I can always tell which is Philip and which is Brandon. And then if it's neither of those two, I know it's Kaffe. Do you know what I mean? Because Kaffe does move between. He's eclectic and he does bits of everything. Sometimes he will do the kind of more floral, the more botanical. But, you know, things like this are unmistakably Kaffe Fassett, aren't they? These ones. So it's almost like a little test, isn't it, at home? Come on now. Who's this? That's right. It's Philip Jacobs. And this one? It is Philip Jacobs. Well done, Hannah. There isn't a prize apart from a smug sense of satisfaction. I know, sorry, I've eaten all the chocolate. Okay, 2 more fabrics. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, that's enough. Do you ever wish you hadn't started something? There we go. There we go. That is the ultimate fabric bundle from Kaffe Fassett. What an amazing stash builder. Right, okay. We are going to do some of these by the half metre. I will do. Yes, yes. Yep, let's do that. Let's do that. Right, EB40. We haven't got it. QL96. Sorry, 98. QL98. Got it? Right. Okay. Unmistakably, Philip Jacobs. Bold, beautiful, £8.49 per half metre. Yeah, ignore that RRP. Go straight in, £8.49 per half metre. Cut to order. This would be a great border fabric. It would be a great feature fabric within a quilt. You could draw out other colours from this. Fabulous. Love that. Right, next up, AE37. This is a very me fabric, bright bold colour on a black background. Love that. Again, great for broderie, purse applique. You could use this in a border. It would make a very bold, beautiful shirt or dress. £8.49 a half metre. Again, remember it's cut to order. What I was going to say, a little kimono jacket, a short kimono jacket. That would be lush. Yeah. Oh, quilted jacket. A quilted jacket with contrast binding. Love that. Where are you going to wear that, Hannah? Just a Costa, just for a coffee. Thank you. PO12. I'm hoping this is available. This is quite similar to the backing that we had, isn't it? Oh, please say we've got that. Sold out. Well, I can say you've got very good taste. That is beautiful. Okay, right. EZ42. Is this Guinea Blooms? Yeah, got that? What's it called? Oh, Ecuador. Oh, has he changed the name? Equator. Equator flowers. Oh, okay. I'm sure this was always called Guinea flowers. We do change the names of quite a lot of things, but it's a Kaffe classic anyway, that one. Gorgeous corals, oranges. That little pop of turquoise in there is amazing, isn't it? Right, another orangey fabric. This is UI73. £8.49. Thank you. £8.49. That vivid lime green. It's such a pop, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. Okay, MA61. I didn't actually see Kaffe to speak to at Festival. We were both very busy and I kept on sort of seeing him from a distance. That's sold out. BU39. Hannah's thinking about it. Again, gone. Oh, right. You can still get it in the mega bundle, but sold out on its own. 8037. Oh, I love this. Is real bubblegum pink, isn't it? Again, ignore the price. £8.49.5 metre. Lush. HC 39. H379. I feel like I'm doing bingo calling. Yeah, 39. It's this sort of Murano glass. Got it? Yeah. Paperweight. There it is. Paperweight. Another Kaffe classic. Oh, 5 meters left. Is that all? Yeah. It can go in so many different projects, this, can't it? I used it actually in Bags for Life for some of the craft bags. I did all of the craft section in Kaffe fabrics. Next one is WT41. Oh, that'd be lovely for a dress, I think. Or a blouse. Well, you know what? This makes me think of kind of abstract liberty. Do you know what I mean? It's got the same feeling of like a ditzy floral, but abstracted. No idea what Hannah's talking about. I'm not even going to repeat it. Right, okay. Next one, we've got CY52. This is, yeah, Mille Fiori. 1,000 flowers. I would love one day to spend a summer in Italy. I'd love to spend a summer in Italy. I'd love to learn to speak Italian. I don't think a summer would be enough, but I could give it a go. Mille Fiori. Yep, okay. Right, now all of the other fabrics that are in the bundle are available by the half metre. They're all going to crash to £8.49. At the moment they all show £10. They'll all crash. So have a look on the website if you want any of the others. I want to spend a few minutes just talking about the fabulous quilt that's behind me. This is called Vintage Stars and it's a brand new quilt kit from Kaffe Fassett. The pattern's in his book, Quilts by the Sea. You know the drill. The pattern isn't in the kit. You do need to buy the book separately, but there is a crash on the price. It's £159.99. Now this is a great throw size quilt. Okay, this is the price you'll pay, £159.99. Split pay of £31.99. That's 5 split pays of £31.99. Should be £199.99, but make that saving. Do remember to get the book, Quilts by the Sea by Kaffe Fassett. While you're at it, this is a beginner level quilt, by the way. These are easy stars. You're going to make flying geese. There's a slight variation in that there's a square on point within. I mean, you're just piecing triangle to square and then piecing those to a triangle to create this section, and then you sew a half square triangle on either side. So nothing difficult there. Your center of your block is a square on point. Again, nothing difficult there. And then you're just going to sew those 20 blocks. You make 20 of those blocks, sew them together, add a single board around the outside. And that's it. Very lovely. Very lovely. My kind of colours. Now, should we have a look inside the box? Yeah. So remember, no instructions in here. This is a fabric kit. I want to start actually by just looking at the border fabric because it's just beautiful. And features these kind of moodily coloured, I don't know, are they sea urchins? Are they paperweights? Are they flowers? They've got that sort of abstract quality to them. They could be lots of things. So that's your border fabric. You get your binding included. There it is. That's your binding. And then just a whole host, a whole jamboree of beautiful fabrics to piece your stars with. There are stripes, there are spots, there are those wonderful paperweight fabrics. Some of these woven stripes are absolutely extraordinary, aren't they? Some fans there, love that. Oh, that colour combo is lovely, isn't it? Just gorgeous. All these beautiful fabrics, all included for £159.99. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Now, earlier, way back when, right at the start of the day, we had Jason Yenter, and I mentioned that there was a gorgeous border print, but we didn't have it in the studio. I have it in the studio right now. I'm going to show you both bundles first of all. So, I have 2 bundles. We're going to start with this one. This is the orangey bundle. You get in here 13.5 meters of fabric. You're paying for 12 of them, single figures left. Do check out your baskets though, it's not yours till you've checked out. So you've got your beautiful, beautiful sort of rusts, oranges, greens, golds. There's a little bit of soft pink and coral in there as well. So that's bundle number 1. Now the border print that goes with this, let me show you. So this is a ½ meter cut. Obviously yours is going to be cut to order, and I just want to show, I was talking about it earlier, but sometimes it's hard to visualize. So your border print is printed vertically. So here's the selvage, here's the selve edge. So if you buy 2 meters, you'll have continuous 2 meter lengths, and you get 4 of them across the width. Now, you're going to get approximately, it's about a 10-inch. I'm just going to measure from here to here. Now actually, look, you're getting a little bit extra there because that's just about 11 inches. For the purposes of, easy maths, I would cut that border at 10.5 inches, and then it gives you just a little slither to kind of square it up before you cut the next border. But this is your border print. Now obviously put it around a quilt, a wall hanging, beautiful. But also, whoops, if I just fold this down for a second, if you think of this as the bottom edge of a bag, something else along the top, even a simple tote bag's going to look spectacular. What about fussy cutting triangles out of this? Loads of good stuff. We've also got the blue purple, and I just want to show you very quickly this beautiful border. This is the blue purple. Don't forget there is a bundle that goes with this as well, which is absolutely spectacular. More of these in baskets than we have though. Right, I need to very quickly do the menu. Here we go. 8 a.m. It's Lighting Showcase with Claire Donnelly. At 9 o'clock, we've got Charlie Kaftan by Closet Core Patterns with fabulous Rebecca Harrison. At 10 o'clock, Delphine Brooks is here with the quilted tote. At 11 o'clock, it's the Regalia Blouse by Sew House 7, again with Rebecca Harrison. And then at 12 o'clock, Kaffe Fassett Quilts by the Sea with Delphine Brooks. It's a Kaffe Fassett Fiesta. I'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you then.
Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.